guys, good morning. Hello, hi Keshav. Hello Rahul. Hi couple, hi chill, good morning. What's up? क्या हाल है? मैच स्टार्टेड नहीं, मेरे में नहीं हुआ. यूट्यूब पे फास्ट है क्या? वेट मैं दोनों चला देती हूँ. नो इट्स नॉट स्टार्टेड. स्टॉप लाइंग. या यूट्यूब पीछे है उल्टा. ओए हो गया आई गेस. इसमें डायरेक्ट स्टार्ट होता है ना? क्या कुछ सीन रहता है? ये ट्विच की क्वालिटी को क्या हुआ? भाई ये ट्विच का क्वालिटी क्या है? यूट्यूब से तो बेटर होगा बट चेक कर लेते हो. अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ.
It's your boy Q, and welcome to Battlegrounds HQ, home of APAC South ALGS. It's that day number 5, and we're just a couple of minutes away from taking to the sky, so it's time to lock in. As it promises to be a goodie. Group A versus Group C as we technically are
Which game are you playing today? हम लोग LGS देखेंगे guys पहले अपनी S12 टीम का.
at the conclusion of the day to make sure that they can qualify for those regional finals. So we're at that point in the split where
LGS देखेंगे उसके बाद देखते हैं.
the margin for error has closed quicker.
कल जैसी किस्मत ना रहे. PUBG वाली मैंने नहीं देखा वो.
We are going to have one heck of a day as per usual. Of course, 6 matches. 3 of them are going to be starting on E District. They want to be off to Olympus after that. But before we get into things, I guess let's go ahead and take a look at how things sit thus far in the season. I mean, can't really say that we're surprised thus far in the split with VK Gaming sitting up at the top. Back in what feels like that EWC form from last
year के वो
flashbacks
आए मुझे VK Gaming सुन के.
Suspects at the top of the pack.
Hi Inshan, hi Keshav, hi Shivanshu, hi Klaus. अभी फिलहाल गाइस मेरा पोहा खत्म नहीं हुआ है. पोहा खा रही हूँ.
Few of our usual contenders towards the top. I think it is worth noting that with APAC South getting those 9 spots.
भाई एक टीम ने अपना नाम गोट ही रख दिया.
I think you can kind of look at this list and say that the bubble's probably down towards that. I would probably even venture to say like 14, 15 range.
हाँ गोट भी है भाई.
People who still have a lot to contest for, but up at the top of things,
अपनी टीम.
And Wolves, and this is their head-to-head thus far as on the season. SAUL really coming out on top as far as in the fragging department. Kind of crazy to think about that they have been able to put down almost an additional 30 kills while the Wolves have been keeping up as high as far as the damage is concerned. Also really relying on those placement points as well. SAUL looking for that first.
Hi Sanjay.
But SAUL
Hi
has
Rico.
done a good job of being able to hang around the top of the region thanks to that consistency. When we look as far as the lobby today, these are 2 of the teams that I think most of the people within the region will
PK Gaming जीती थी.
to be looking at the top. Of course, Group A, you've got your 10 teams that are on the screen here.
मुझे नहीं याद.
Led by
इतनी जल्दी उठ गई मैं तो उठ जाती हूँ डेली. कमेंट्री की आवाज बढ़ा दो. अभी मैच नहीं शुरू हुआ. जब शुरू होगा तब बढ़ा दूंगी. BMPS LAN आ रहे हो ना यार. मैंने अभी प्लान नहीं किया. कब है वैसे? मेरे को यही नहीं पता कब है. मुझे बताओ कब है तो मैं फिर सोचूं थोड़ा.
Team Ubi, which is Team Easy Flash's team, who has been really consistent. PXX, who had a big match day 2 weeks ago.
19-20 जून में. मुझे लगा अगले महीने. इसके लिए तुम लोग इतना पूछ रहे हो. भाई
across
इतने
the
आगे का
board.
मुझे नहीं
They
पता
might
रहता.
sit a little lower on the standings compared to some,
19, 20,
but
21
they
को है
will
तो
be going to be
15
going
जून
into
तक
their third
सोचूंगी.
match day today. A team that was, has quite a bit of experience.
टाइम है भाई. चिल चैट में इतने लोगों ने पूछ लिया, मुझे लगा अगले महीने है, इसके लिए इतना पूछ रहे हैं.
Going into today, E District will be our first 3 matches for today, and then we will be off to Olympus after that. So I hope you guys are excited. I know I am. But since we are going to be starting off on E District, let's go ahead and take a look at those POIs here and see exactly where.
खैर जयपुर में तो I mean I should go. मतलब मैं पूरा कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं जाऊं. But देखते हैं ना और like कौन आ रहा है. So that I have company. I don't want to go alone and be bored.
Really interested to see as far as within these first couple of games, who's going to be able to come in and really step up on the right foot, right? We've been seeing, it feels like the gap has been getting closed towards the top. A lot of people competing, and guys, we've already got everyone locked in and ready, just about ready to take to the skies. I hope y'all are excited. I know I am. It looks like we're about ready to get to that Legend Select. Heading on in. Actually, let's go ahead and take a jump on in for that Edge Legend. Wow, let me run that back. Let's go and get ready to that Legend Select here for map number 1. It is going to be E District. Don't be surprised if we do see
E District
quite a bit of the altar as well as the crypto here in games number 1 and
Why does
2.
it look so different?
I am seeing quite a bit of that as far as within that first map pick. And let's go ahead and get down to it. Ain't no more time to talk about it.
Raहुल chat में सब कह रहे हैं
कि जयपुर में हो रहा है. You guys are excited. Lock on in chat. Bring the hype, bring the noise, bring the funk. Also, want to give a big shout out to all of our watch parties who are tuning in alongside us here at Battlegrounds HQ. And this is match day number 5. Groups A versus C.
इसमें ड्रॉप करते हुए दिख रहे हैं.
See who's going to be able to get some of these early zones. I feel like we've been noticing quite a few teams being able to do a really good job of being able to capitalize when they do get those zones. And I think especially when we look at a map like E District, which has traditionally, I think, since its introduction, been one that gives us a lot more of those packed end games, not just because of some of the POIs. But I feel like it is a map that I think teams have just been really wanting to lock in on. So if you talk about maps number 1 through 3, we'll have to wait and see where things go. Goat on your screen here.
Quality मुझे खराब लग रही है. रुको.
Has kind of been.
I don't know, ऐसा लग रहा है Twitch का quality बहुत गंदा आ रहा है. Add
things around. They are one of our squads who we had seen.
I think
had done a really good job of through the open being able to accumulate those points. I feel like they're a team that we just haven't quite seen reach their potential. They did have 2 huge games on Olympus last time these 2 groups played, so maybe when we get to the back end of the series, they can have a little bit of comfortability
across so many games. So many, I know, right?
But they are currently sitting in 19th, just 22 points. We didn't really get to talk too much as far as with the standings. We obviously showed them earlier. But I do even think teams like Go are sitting even at that
एक team goat है, एक black hole है.
Put yourself right within the mix. Does look like we're going to be heading out towards the northwestern side of this zone here, out towards Boardwalk City Hall area. Going to be good for teams like PXX, ARAM, and Titan Esports Club. You can even see S8UL already on the hot step, rotating their way on in from draft point. Teams will understand the importance of needing to really make sure that they can move in with a sense of urgency. While we had mentioned that a lot of our E-District end zones do generally give you a lot of territory to be able to work with. Up in that boardwalk area between there and City Hall, it's not exactly like, say, a neon square where there's a bunch of buildings. So teams that are going to want to try and prioritize really locking into those zones, you can understand why they're wanting to move quickly. Meanwhile, Black Hole won't have too far to go as far as for the first ring, but they are going to want to move in sooner rather than later. The problem is they do have wolves with them inside of draft point. So I don't know if they've got the information of that as of for now, but they are going to continue rotating their way up north
मेरे
we've
को
got
तो
a
उतना
lot of
आइडिया
teams
भी
who
नहीं
have
है
already
टीम का।
started prioritizing moving on in. When you talk about having the ring knowledge, God, like 9 teams in, and I mean, it looks like a majority of the lobby is continuing to move their way on in from there. So, going to be really intrigued to see just how quickly things pack on up, in particular when we do talk about down there in City Hall itself. I
मैंने
don't
भी
think we're going
पोहे
to be
खाए, why
seeing
you
too
copy me?
much as far as those early engagements here. Maybe a little bit from Team Uvi, because they have been able to lock down a decent spot for themselves. I think for them, just going to be trying to get a lay of the land around them. Of course, they do have that crypto, like a majority of our teams do have within the lobby. So we'll be able to use that to make sure that no one's pushing that. I think that was Havoc that we had seen was right next door to them. And I do gotta say, as far as for Team
Breakfast
Ubi,
हो गया,
I've really
हो रहा है
been
थोड़ा सा।
enjoying seeing as they've moved into Pro League. While they were a team during opens that didn't necessarily ever pop off, and when it did get through qualifiers, they were a team that was consistently consistent. And I was curious if they were going to be able to carry that
I've
over
played
into
this
Pro
game
League,
on
and they haven't been
stream
able to do
years
that
ago.
thus far. So I think another decent day
I used
here,
to
and I
play
think they're also one of
every
our
day.
squads, if I am not mistaken, that is only sitting on 2 match days. So a really solid performance from them today in match day number 5. And they can feel pretty comfortable about potentially being in one of those 9 spots when it comes to EWC. Of course, early game inside of E-District. This is going to be the point, especially where we have all of those cryptos. Going to be seeing a lot of the EMPs, a lot of just being a nuisance, wanting to poke and prod away to be able to upgrade those EVOs. Meanwhile, teams like Black Hole still trying to find their way on into a good position. I don't know if they'll, being this late, be able to find themselves at least a good priority spot. We'll be able to use that breach charge, though, to at least get a little bit of damage. And again, kind of in that same sort of sense, right? It's like that low and slow approach. It is early game here on E-District. Only seen one person taken out, matter of fact. I wouldn't be, well, I was going to say wouldn't be surprised to see much more, but all of a sudden, Black Hole, as they were looking to try and use that balloon to rotate, almost get caught out in a bad way. They will be able to stay on their feet here, however.
अब तो बहुत सारे नए लेजेंड्स भी हैं।
They're still trying to find a way
Like
to
इनकी टीम में जो
continue closing their way on in.
इसलिए
They're
वो
kind of
नहीं
out in
पता
the open.
मुझे।
This is what I was talking about, because a lot of people prioritizing moving in towards zone. Even if you are literally 30 seconds late, you're kind of in this position that Black Hole find themselves in. They can't quite break over the wall to be able to get into City Hall, and now they do have
नहीं है,
to worry
बस
about
कुछ
wolves
मैप
being
पे कुछ
directly on
जगह
their
है
ship,
जहाँ
so
से
that's
आप
going to be a
पूरा
tough
मैप
situation
गिर ही
for
जाते
them.
हो,
Meanwhile,
मर ही जाते हो सीधा।
his Black Hole that continues getting
तो
shot
मैप
at.
का
Oh
नाम
no,
भूल गई
Dur's in a
मैं
tough
मैं
spot.
मरी थी इसलिए I remember।
Not like this. You've already taken one down. The good news
मैंने
is
कहा
you have
इसमें तो
Easty
मरते ही
to
नहीं है, मैं मस्त कूदी
hopefully be able to bring them
ऊपर
back
से
towards
सीधा
safety,
मैप
but
के
no,
बाहर।
it's not the case. Still continuing to get pushed, and I think now Easty may just have to try and tuck tail and run here. Because even XX in a tough spot, and this is what we were talking about. When you're late to the
नहीं
party,
कॉर्पोरेट खेलूंगी।
if you can't find a spot, especially in a building,
ये
you
वीक
can
में
try and
खेलूंगी
play out of sight and
अपकमिंग
out
में।
of mind,
अभी
but when
नहीं खेला।
everyone's got a crypto,
उसकी मैं
it's easy to
बैडमिंटन
find
स्ट्रीम
those angles.
करूंगी, not with Valorant।
Even seeing in the crypto drone, Sharky stepping over. I was wondering if you were going to get out of the crypto drone at some point. Not going to be able to do so in time, and Black Hole will be the first ones eliminated.
अपना एक डाउन हुआ है ना?
Does mean that we've got Wolves and SAUL both on that southern western side of the zone. So right now they're the only 2 teams that are over on that side. Good news for the rest of the lobby, because those are 2 teams I most certainly wouldn't want to be around. Well, Team Ubi, they're one of the first squads that were over here. They didn't have to rotate very far. We're at Electro Dam, so they've had to rotate westward, but feels like they've got themselves a pretty decent spot inside of this zone. And right now, just trying to poke and prod. I mean, a decent loadout, it does look like, within their kit. This was a team that I really do want to keep an eye on. And last week, I felt like was more important than this week when we talk about big bounce backs.
मतलब bleed out
Because
तो नहीं
last
हुआ
week was
था.
the lobby that they started their season with
Just
the
knock
zero
हुआ था.
burger, but they do need to carry over the momentum for RRQ. Unfortunately, because of that zero burger, their margin for error down the home stretch here,
Hi Aman, what's up?
pretty well next to null. Like TYK currently playing as a duo. Sure if what
Bhai?
the deal is as far as that goes. Hopefully we'll be able to see them back as
Why
a
are they
trio in for
duo?
map number 2. This is the young TYK squad. I feel like has potential. We just haven't quite seen it yet thus far here within the split. Now as this round number 2 continues closing on in, most of the lobby
Yo Paji.
have already been able to prioritize moving into zone. BCG started the season with a second place finish, but it almost feels like each match day has regressed back just a little bit. It does feel like if they want to keep themselves within contention, now they're going to have to make sure they have themselves a relatively big day to, doesn't even necessarily need to be big, but I'd probably have to say at least finish within that top third of the lobby here. Again, because of the fact that we have seen things be so tight as far as within the leaderboards. Unfortunately, the last couple days haven't done them much favors. Right now, though, you know, trying to stay on their feet. And unfortunately, once the altar falls, that makes the job a little bit tougher, trying to find a way out of dodge. Rendang close the gap here and see if they can. I was gonna say, at least clean the one up, which they do. It doesn't look like they'll find anyone else, but for Rendang, they'll be fine with that. You notice up in the top right-hand corner of your screen, already got themselves a couple of eliminations. Rendang currently tied for 23rd here within the split. However, they are one of our teams that does only have the 2 match days, so decent day today. Could still put them up within the conversation. BCG will still have a bit of a challenge on their hand when it comes to rotating in, because it does look like Bastion will be looking to try and keep them out through the storm here.
Edge पे नहीं है शायद से teams.
And yeah, they're going to be getting those shots taken their way. Rendang sending their way. Also, Goat right out in this direction as well. So,
कौन सा format dark shooter?
could make things a little challenging. Still though, 19 squads alive really show the discipline.
I only know the game.
Here as far
like
as for
tournament
map
का
number 1.
क्या scene
We
है
did mention
exactly
A
उसके
district.
बारे में मेरे को नहीं पता है.
Map that generally gives us those more packed end games. Rendang though seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Ahim will end up falling.
team तो मस्त chill कर रही है.
Now the question is, can the rest of the team sustain? Get your crypto down. That's unfortunate when it comes to maybe potentially having to play for as far as getting them back on their back into the game. Luckily though, they are getting brought right back onto their feet.
आए?
The problem though is when you're inside of these buildings, or inside of these little carts here.
वो ऐसे खड़ा क्यों है जैसे AFK
You
चला
don't
गया?
really have anywhere to go. Like you can try and be able to reset, but then you're just essentially have teams waiting for you. TYK will be out in that 19th spot. Well, QWQ in a tough position here.
मैंने अभी देखा एक का नाम जैकी
Be able to
चैन
get the
है.
reset. Trying to see what they can make happen. Be able to fall back. Right now, this is going to be where things start to get a little bit crazy, though. Right now, trying to be able to keep themselves on their feet. The problem is you don't have your altar, right? So you have to try and find a way to at least be able to get yourself back within the game. And I just don't know if you can do so here.
सब I think अपने space से खेल रहे हैं because
I do
it's not
apologize, Sam. My
planned.
feed getting a little choppy on my end. Rendang, though, does end up going out in the 18th spot. And this is going to be where things get a little hectic. Fourth ring starting to close in on in. BCG now going to be out here as well.
LAN होता तो उनका काम होता ना, काम नहीं है.
Trying to stay up on their feet. I don't know. Are you going to be able to get the revive here? It does look like they should. DCG, we said we were going to be looking for them. They're in a tough spot with Wolves right on their 6. Wolves, though, they do have one player down. I don't know if they're going to be able to stay on their feet.
ओ भाई जैकी चैन ने मार दिया.
Going to be looking to try and reset. Arc Stars getting sent their way. Gonna be able to hit the big bat though. Should give him a chance. They still have DCG right in front of them. They have to try and be able to clean this thing up quickly though, because they don't have much time. Once they move things down and clean up this fight. The good news is the rest of the lobby kind of being preoccupied. Oh, hold on though. There's a chance of third party moving up here. And this is gonna be tough. Trying to stay alive. Swinging though onto Roy. Big swings to try and stay alive. Playing through the Alter TP. Oh, but Wolves is eventually going to go out.
ये क्वालिटी में एंड का क्या समझ नहीं आ रहा थोड़ा. Is it just me?
Chat, give me just a second. My screen popping up.
आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? Virat Kohli Gaming.
We're on board here.
मेरी फेवरेट है.
Titan Esports Club has been taken out. Na also goes out in the 12th spot as well. Right now, it does feel like RRQ got themselves a pretty decent spot. We also have Orchid right now who do have themselves a decent spot where they are sitting on the southern side of the zone. They do have a team right up on top of them, though.
I saw him.
Taking a fight, SAUL trying to stay alive. Has the high ground. Got to be able to finish things up quickly as we do see PXX ends up going out in the 10 spot. Be able to hit a bat here. Question is, can you get back up onto your feet? It's where you're sitting over here on the edge. It feels like maybe there's time to be able to get the reset, especially with RRQ and Shisu in the fight that they're at. And make the swing here. Our E45 in hand. We'll be able to spray away. Got to be able to take things down. This is where the game starts to get a little bit crazy, though, because you don't have much time. The last couple of fights could be breaking down. And it does seem like where this ring is going to be closing in, there's not going to be much cover. You got to be able to pick up the KP that you can now. Looking down towards RRQ. Spraying away with the 301. Yo, after it is eventually going to fall here as well. ARAM going to be taken out. Does feel like RRQ though. Again, I mentioned earlier, I liked where they were sitting. They're going to be on this northern side of the zone, isolated. They do have to make sure that they can take at least the first fight, but after that, they have a chance to be able to slowly move their way on in south. Here we go. Cars continue rotating in here. Has the Mastiff in hand. This is where that last fight starts to break. You have so many teams who are essentially like the squad on our screen. Trying to see if the teams around them are going to take the fight. Because once these teams start closing in, all these teams in these buildings on the outskirts, they're going to have to start their rotates on in. You have teams already towards the middle who are going to be trying to gatekeep them out, and this is going to be where things get a little bit crazy. Able to find a quick heal here. Should be able to stay on their feet. Havoc going to be taken out. Are you going to be able to get the revive, though? That's going to be the question. I just don't know if there's going to be the time. It's going to be able to stay on their feet. Now SAUL is going to have to be over this, jump up over this wall. Final 7 squads left alive.
7.
Oh, here's inside the ring going to be out next. I think as far as we look towards where these teams are, you do have RRQ on the northern side of this zone. Currently going to be in this fight. In a tough spot, Go going to end up being taken out. RRQ now on this on the eastern side of the zone. It's just them, Soul, and Ubi, and Team Ubi. And Team RRQ, we mentioned for them, they had such a big day last week. Looking to bounce back here SAUL going to try and get their team back in.
इतना लेट back,
if they can get back to a full 3, it can make this end game very interesting. RRQ does have the high ground here on Team Ubi. And I'm not sure how they're going to be able to push up here as far as for Team Ubi. I think RRQ just kind of get free pickings.
वो लोग कैसे आएंगे?
Slowly walking up the stairs here. There's a chance that they can make the first swing and get some entry. There's a chance. Kraber in hand. Oh, it's a swing and a miss, though, with the Kraber, and that's an unfortunate one in that regards, too. So, be able to open things up. Nice spray coming across. You got to try and finish things up if you're RRQ. Right now, Doom's the last one left alive.
1v1.
Versus Metro in a 1v1. Looking to make the play here is Dooms with the R99 in hand.
Never mind. Shield भी लग
Be able to
गया.
at least get the bat. That's going to be the good news here. Fakes the stick. Oh, imagine if you can hit the Kraber shot, finds it. Oh, it's a big opening with the Kraber, pushes right through with the R99, and RRQ steps up in a big way in game number 1. Not only is it the first place finish, but it's a 20-piece nugget as well. 32 points, and RRQ on top.
Hi, Ayush.
And that end game for RRQ, it felt like just played so well. They controlled the northern side of that zone and were able to just continue to take the isolated fights that were needed. One thing that I felt like had been missing from this squad was like being able to finish their fights. We had seen them in good positions, but man, Metro popping off with a big 11 kills in their own right. Pricey with the 7, Strafing Flame with 2 as well. Kills as a squad is absolutely insane. And that right there, when you talk about being able to set the tone, I don't really know what more you can really ask for from a squad. We've seen teams, however, pop off in the early parts of these sets and then still struggle to be able to finish. So it is important for RRQ, while you do have the big game, the job's not done. You can see, though, because of those 20 KP, they were a big point sponge in this lobby. They will be far and wide above the rest of the lobby heading into map number 2. But man, what a big game. RRQ, Ubi, SAUL, GOAT, and Dog Red finishing out the top
15
5.
points.
The good news for anybody outside of that top 5, due to the fact that there is a big point sponge at the top, you should be able to jump right back in, at least up into the conversation of that top 5 relatively quickly. But if RRQ pops off with another big game here in game number 2, watch out for the rest of the lobby, at least when it comes to competing for that top spot. So let's go ahead and take a look as far as our top kills.
इसी में होता है, finals में होता है वो match point finals ना.
Metro with the 11, the young gun here within the region.
Match point
right behind him with the
था?
7. Even low in Soul Legacy with the 3.
What
Let's go ahead and
bro,
take a quick look
सोना
at
होता
our
है
top 5
मुझे.
as far as damage here as well. Probably
So
gonna be
भी नहीं अब मैं.
relatively close to the same.
कल मुझे बिल्कुल time ही नहीं मिला free.
Mist as well as Easy Splash Kids. So a lot of the same names in the top 3. When you talk about people popping off and setting the tone in game number 1, definitely seeing a lot of our usual suspects here. When we talk about the pick rate, I mentioned going into the day, probably going to be seeing a lot of crypto, a lot of alter. It is indeed crypto off the board.
क्रिप्टो इतना फिकूर है. ये सेकंड वाले का नाम नहीं याद आ रहा अभी तक.
To surprise, more than likely going to be seeing the altar as well off the board in this next one. So kind of per the usual, can't say that I'm too surprised.
क्रिप्टो
I guess
बैंड.
we'll just call it a business as usual. I do suppose. Again, I feel like as far as first couple of picks, or sorry, first couple of bands,
रिकॉल में कैसे है?
tend to be pretty typical across all of our regions. After that, though, it kind of does seem to vary, at least little by little here. But chat, we are going to be getting ready to hop into Map
I'm
number
good.
2 here in just a moment. I am having a issue of tech on my side here for just a moment. So chat, I'm going to be setting things to a break before we jump into map number 2, just so I can fix one thing. My bad about kind of some of the calls on the backside. My one monitor is giving me some issues, so I want to make sure I get that fixed before we get into map number 2. We'll be back with our second map of the day. We'll be going back to E District right after this quick break.
Let's be distracted. Ow.
All of a sudden, it looks like RRQ are not stopping, and that's going to be strafing. Flame going down, but Pricey helps. No feet again. Oh my god, 2C1M get eliminated. RRQ are cooking. Beautiful shots. VC being aggressive. They get 2 down on control alt defeat. The Kraber in the hand of VC as well. We've got Kraber cam out here for all the people watching some Apex South. Can VC take some heads off here and get the victory for Kukoi? Kukoi, a team that has been, oh my god, having sit down. Please finish it off, VC, just like that. But they have VK gaming to worry about here as
कल तो
well.
मेरा बहुत हेक्टिक था, मैं 1 मिनट खाली नहीं बैठी हूँ.
Oh my god! Beautiful R9 control here. Can he swing this corner? He knows it's just a Newcastle. It should be an easy cleanup here for VKG. And just like that.
Oh, actually, it's good. It's a little short.
Hashtag 2? What hashtag 2?
Yeah.
Ayush, what is this spam?
I got a bang here. Swing to the rock.
All right, and we are back, chat. That is my bad. I know I was a little rough on the call there at the back end of match number 1. Oop, let me fix that. I just realized my monitor got turned a little bit. Yeah, my monitor was giving me a little bit of issues. I couldn't see what team we were on the back end there. So sorry for the half calls there. But good end to game number 1 for RRQ. Big game for them. We mentioned 32 points to start off the day. Has them looking phenomenal. I think there were some worries for this RRQ squad, especially after that first week. Again, you drop a 0 burger in your first lobby. Their second lobby looked decent, but unfortunately, when you do drop a game, when you are a team that, when you do drop a match day the way that they did match day number 1, and you're a team that is expected to be towards like the top of the region, there are some concerns that naturally start to come through. They have gotten better with each match day though, and I mean,
Crazy
match
bhai,
number 1 right there just kind of
player.
shows you at least what their ceiling really does appear to be. I mean,
आप
20
चाहते हो
kills,
मैं फिर से ट्रॉमा झेलूं,
5,500 damage.
सेक्सिज्म झेलूं?
Honestly, just bringing
I'm
the
good
heat,
bro.
bringing the
मतलब वो अलग
flame.
बात है कि सेक्सिज्म नॉर्मल गेम्स में भी झेलने मिल
Sorry,
जाता
chat.
है.
But yeah, let's go and get ready to get on into
वही
it. As far
काफी
as
है.
map number 2 will be another run back on E District. Again, we will be not seeing the crypto this time around, as that has been banned and taken off the board. If I had to guess,
जो 3 ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट है फिर ओलंपस
I'm
है.
going to be seeing Alter taken off next. Generally seems to be the case no matter what map we're on, but in particular seems to be the case on E District for sure.
जल्दी शुरू करो.
Again, I think when you talk about the other 19 teams outside of RRQ here,
भाई आज सैटरडे है तो मैंने
moving
ध्यान
into
नहीं
map
दिया.
number 2, thanks to the fact that 20 KP were taken off the board from RRQ, plus that first place finish at 12 points. Anyone can still put themselves in the mix to be able to look for the podium, but let's look at those legend selects starting to come across. And I did mention, wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a bit of Alter. Does seem to be the case. If I had to guess, we will probably be seeing Alter off the board here at a first glance. We'll have to wait for an official tally from our squads in the back. Are seeing a few Sears coming
दुनिया की
into
बात
play
सुनो
here.
भाई, खेलना पड़ता है ना
Now
दूसरे
that
लोग के
the
साथ.
crypto
सब
has been
सेक्सिस्ट
taken
भरे
off.
पड़े हैं, क्या करें बताओ. इसमें इतने ही मैप्स है क्या? पागल हो
Also
क्या?
seeing a couple of
2 मैप्स थोड़ी
teams
होते हैं किसी गेम पे.
starting to switch up their approach, more
मैप्स
going
बहुत
for
सारे हैं,
like
बट वो
say
डिसाइडेड
things like
होता है
we
कि
see
अभी
more
कौन से
Watsons
होंगे.
coming into play. Also naturally starts to see a couple of more of the Maggies as well. So map number 2, chat.
4th
You guys
सैटरडे
are
अप्रैल
all ready
खत्म
for it.
होने
I
को
know
है.
I'm
यप.
ready for it. We got to see ourselves at more northwestern ending for map number 1. Question is, where are we off to for map number 2? At Electro Dam, maybe? I feel like we've seen a decent bit of that as far as of late. I know I'm always a big fan of seeing me some Neon Square, but I know we were just up in that portion of the map, so I would understand other people not wanting to be out that direction. Does look like potential of a chance heading up towards Electro Dam-ish area. Does look like TYK has been able to find their third. We had sat on board with them earlier and see them as a duo. Always love to see our teams up to full strength, and not going to be going up to the northeast, but we are most certainly going to be heading out east. And oh my goodness gracious, guess who's out east, chat? Didn't even talk about the rotation that RRQ had, getting all the way to the western side of
starting
the
से
map
उसके
there to
edge
be able
पे
to
है
take map
circle
number
के.
1. But now this time around, RRQ is going to be gifted a zone. And we had kind of talked about at the start of things how it feels like for teams, you really want to be able to capitalize off of the zones that you are gifted. Imagine if this squad here can go back to back.
Picked an upgrade. Now who to test it on?
Would be kind of insane.
Why, let's move there.
Rendang also will have a relatively short rotate. They landed down at Stadium.
Survey beacon over there.
They've got anybody around them just quite yet, but them, like very many teams, will be prioritizing quick rotates to be able to make their way towards zone. They were out of Stadium relatively quickly. They will have to worry about a couple of teams that are just behind them rotating their way on in. There's a chance they could potentially catch Orchid on the rotate on in, especially if Orchid happens to catch an early fight. We talked about taking advantage of zone. Well, what better way to take advantage of it than ultimate high ground? RRQ gonna have a good landscape of the land
वो black वाला हाँ.
here for the rest of this map. We'll see how they'll be able to capitalize and just how
उसका
high
नाम
they can
रेत
push
ही
the
है
needle
क्या?
from there.
मैं नाम भूल गई. रेत का, हाँ रेत का ही होता है वो teleport. वो black वाला.
Not sure who that is. It's taken off to the sky here. Pricey says, you know what? I got a long bow in hand, and I don't mind sending warning shots. I'm making sure you don't push my height over here at heights. Hold on, 60 shot. Can you find another one? Ronin's a standing
Yeah,
player for a
he
second. Ronin is going to be able to find their way, though, into safety, and that's going to be some good news for them. It does seem like a decent amount of this lobby has the read as far as this heading out towards height. There are a few teams that are in Energy Bank, though. Makes me wonder if we're going to be seeing some early engagement over on this side. I mean, you got S8UL over here. You got inside the ring, who's more rotating on like the eastern side of Energy Bank, whereas Soul is more towards the south or the northeast. But let's hop back in with RRQ. It does look like someone trying to take the bottom control of that building. It feels like Pricey a little extended here, but should be able to get back to safety with the rest of their squad. We're in a pretty good position here. I gotta say, I like the composition that we see from this squad as well. I felt like this was a team when we saw the roster come together. I thought would be more of a fighting squad. Felt like maybe was trying to fit themselves to the meta versus, you know, where we have seen other teams, especially in the region, thinking like last year teams of Gen G who just make their own meta. Did talk about BCG on the day. Really feels like for them, if they want to keep themselves in the mix here. We talk about conversations for LAN. Starts with a decent performance here today. I think they just need to make sure that they're in a solid spot on E-District. Again, we did see them have quite a bit of success last time out when they were playing Olympus. That is one of the maps that they feel a little bit more comfortable on. Again, this is E-District. And with this being a zone heading out towards height, we have a decent amount of buildings out this way. Wouldn't be surprised to see another one of those really packed in games. Right now, though, BCG falling away from one team. The problem, though, is they retreat back right into the crosshairs of Wolves, though, and BCG just can't seem to catch a break. You're trying to retreat from one, and you end up right in front of the pack. As the Wolves are in the hunt and will look to try and clean things up here. Does seem like DCG, though, trying to go by that good old Apex mantra, ain't no party like a third party. Does look like, though, after a couple of warning shots, they'll just go ahead and split directions. And I think part of that being is, especially now that they've gotten a little bit more information, they do know they have to continue rotating up towards the northeast. And especially now that this is already this second zone, they know that, as we can see on our screen now, a majority of these teams have already prioritized the
भाई ये आराम से आ रही है देखो
a decent amount of teams, I guess. You got 5 teams outside of zone right now. There's a chance that PXX could potentially scope out where TYK is at Galleria. The problem, though, 174 kind of separated. Well, I was going to say a little bit out from the rest of the squad, but isn't going to be the case. It actually looks like
वो 4 लोग सिटी बाय करने का रेंट लेने का होटल बनाने
one of
का
them can rotate on in, but for the most part, when you look at the rest of Heights, I mean, you do still have RRQ on their high ground. Morgan, Havoc also have some pretty good spots on that far eastern side here. Meanwhile, when you talk about dead center of the map, Black Hole, Team Ubi, they won't have to move for a bit. They should feel pretty comfortable with where they're at. I do feel like
अच्छा business के लिए हो. Bro, I thought कुछ simulator type.
But for now, they'll be good where they're at. The problem, though, for Team Ubi,
it's a business.
Well, since they didn't have to rotate very far, they came in from Electrodam.
Simulator
They
stuff.
prioritize getting to zone, which means they're not looking so good in the shields department. 2 players sitting on those white tees, although almost upgraded up to the blues, so they'll be good in just a moment. And when I say good, I mean minimally good. You'd really prefer to still be able to upgrade those on out, but this still is relatively on early. As we do see over on this eastern side, on the overhead. Talked about it ad nauseum in the past over here at APAC South. Much as we've seen the discipline get better, there is no real sharing real estate. They'll take pop shots to the team next door.
Game खेलेंगे.
Constantly. It's not just letting Havoc know. And we're here, and if you happen to either take a prolonged fight, or if anyone pushes you, we're gonna have no problem pushing on in for that third party.
Extended supply. I've got my sights on a ring cop.
I also really like seeing their comp on the NA side. We'll see more of those defensive sort of compositions. I guess I can do my best, you know, in broadcast impersonation, just say baby comp every like 50. But we'll definitely be seeing quite a bit of the baby comp on later on. Meanwhile, for Wolves, you have to make sure that they can stay on their feet out here on the southeastern side. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be all left to Crazy Kong, and Crazy Kong is out of here. Goats! He's sending the big dogs back to the lobby. Mentioned how for this GOAT squad, it felt like there's still a chance to be able to see more potential out of them. Would love to see them really be able to push the pace, that's for sure.
अपनी टीम भी दिखाओ.
They
अबे
did
लोग
also
बच
finish
के
5th last time these two groups
Beer Claw
played, so
वाले.
maybe some confidence they can build off the back of that. BCG currently in a fight out here with DCG. Oh, Walking Hell has to find their way back to some safety. Unfortunately, not going to be able to here, though. That should give the green light to DCG to push on in and clean things up. Wrecking Ball getting sent out here as well.
Out
And
हो गए
BCG eliminated in that 19th spot.
इंडियन टीम हाँ क्या
Now DCG will have to be one of the later teams towards this zone. But we do generally see that they're a team that's okay with being a little late. As we just saw on our screen, why they are a team that has no
नहीं
problem
पता
taking
मुझे
those
कौन सी
fights.
टीम है बताओ
On our screen right now is another team that, if I can be honest, I'm kind of surprised hasn't popped off a little bit more here within this split. Dog Red. You have the duo of Fafa Fifth alongside Gop Gaps.
अरे
Really
लॉल ये
experienced
फाफा फिफ
Kilo.
इधर है एक सेकंड लास्ट टाइम इसकी टीम
Team
का
that
नाम
definitely
कुछ
still has
और
the
था
potential to be able to put themselves
I remember
up
this
within the
name फाफा फिफ
conversation.
maybe he changed teams
But they are going to have to start moving with a sense of urgency. They do only have the 2 match days, though, worth noting. So a decent performance here can move them up, but they've been relatively silent, only 10 points.
Spot a target in the distance.
Third ring going to be starting to close here in just a matter of a couple of minutes.
Just a little bit.
Most of our teams have been able to find their way in towards this zone. One of them that hasn't, though, is on our screen, and that is GOAT. They got DCG right in front of them. I'm not sure if that is a if that's a bear that I'd be wanting to poke
वैसे तो इंडियन
this early in the game. I mean, at least the good news for them
टीम में 2 इंडियन
is where
players
they're at in this zone. They're kind of isolated as the only 2 teams down on the southeastern side, so you really shouldn't have to worry about a third party. But still, it does feel like DCG does have the slight advantage as far as shields, at least until the Maggie is able to find a big swing here. My goodness gracious, and the Wrecking Ball gonna get sent out as well. It doesn't quite find its mark though, so we'll need a fall on back to be able to reset, and DCG going to be able to stabilize here as well. But now for both of these 2 teams, the question is, do you know that you're in the isolated fight? We obviously have the ability of knowing that from our POV. But I don't know if DCG is going to be
Group
comfortable
B.
giving the green
Okay,
light.
आज
Well,
तो
maybe they
AC
are.
है.
However, overextending just a little bit, and when your ulter falls, that is a tough domino to lose first. It looks like they're already getting thirsted here as well, as Roy trying to turn the corner to keep some pressure, but they end up getting pushed here as well, as Keiju will be able to clean things up, and DCG will be sent back to the lobby. That'll actually give that squad of GOAT plenty of room to rotate in towards this next zone as well. I'm talking about teams needing to make a move in towards this next zone. SAUL is one of them, that's for sure. The problem is if they're looking to rotate directly towards their east, they do have ARAM right there. Rotating though. They're moving potentially right towards PXX, which is a problem. That's who that's currently being shot by. And now I think you some cover to be able to play around for now, but that cover will move shortly. The good news for them is
ये क्या हो रहा है
Don't know what they're going to be able to do, though, to be able to make their way on in. Meanwhile, other squads looking to make their way in, like Titan Esports Club. Oh, can you stabilize? You have the Newcastle wall to be able to get down. You can also be able to use the Newcastle to try and get back on your feet, though. Quickly getting pushed, unfortunately. That will be Titan Esports Club out of here. This is going to be where the lobby starts to get a little crazy. That top right-hand corner of your screen going to start lighting up like a Christmas tree. Black hole going to be out. Scout still going to be on the hunt. Now top 10 scenario. inside the ring, trying to figure out how they're going to get inside of the ring. They have teams on either side of them. They've got Goat to their right, ARAM to their left.
Oh no. बहुत जल्दी
Not
हो
sure if
गई
they're
यार
going to be able to
इसमें
get
तो।
away from this one, as Sang's going to be able to help open things up. Pyro Sama, as the Eva 8 whips back out the Hemlock, spraying across. Unfortunately, the reload comes at a bad time, as now Sang, the last one left alive.
अब तो सिर्फ chaos होगा।
Sang does have the 9-9 in hand. However, Chisu pushes them and ends up taking them down. Dog Red says, though, I see your third party, and I raise you a third party, because the third party don't stop, and Goat is out of here.
Hi Ashish.
We had mentioned for Dog Red, a team with only 2 match days. A low point total thus far in the split. Feels like a big match day number 3 for them would be huge. ARAM trying to stay alive out on this western side of the zone. Chisu has that Krabby Patty in hand. Sky and Aid gonna come out. Let's see if it makes a connection. CRQ hits him. We'll slow him down for now.
No, ये क्या weapon है?
And this is gonna be ARAM getting pushed here in just a moment by
Is
Dog
that
Red,
some ability?
who continue to be on the hunt. Nice job by Yoafta to be able to spray over with the R99. At least slows things down. Oh no, it's our
बारिश हो
Orchid
गई।
who come in from the heavens. And that's just a whole different wrench into things. Chisu gonna be the last one left alive here for ARAM. Can land a big shot with a Kraber. Maybe can open things up. Orchid, Mostu, last one left alive, trying to play behind the knockdown. But Team Orchid gonna be out. Dog Red having a pretty darn good game here for now. And not just that, but Dog Red isolated on that western side of the zone, whereas the other 6 teams, for the most part, are all on the eastern and southern side. So they may be able to play out of sight and out of mind for now. Havoc trying to do a similar sort of thing here. Of course, you've got the pylon to be able to make sure that they don't get naded out, at least for now. Havoc, a team that was in the conversation up at the top of the overall leaderboards when we talk about for the regular season thus far for the split. Only at 8 points thus far today. We had mentioned how RRQ had been gifted his own. They're still left alive as well. Strafing Flame, however, gonna have to try and get back up to full health.
भाई इनका
trying to
back
rinse
to back
themselves
होने
for
वाला
now.
है क्या champion?
As you can see, those nades continue getting sent up their way. It mentioned
कितने
before,
बजे
Dog
तक
Red
चलेगा
out here
6
on this
matches?
western side. Oh no. Kilo might have got caught overextending just a little bit. Oh, and I don't know if you're going to be able to get back up to a full 3. Gopgaps maybe can spray a little bit with the R99 to at least maybe get enough cover for Fafa Fif to get back, but even with that, I don't think it's going to be the case. Going to be forced to take the portal to push up with them. They're in the middle of this zone. Final zone closing. Nah, going to be out in 6th. Rendang have been able to make their way on in. Lahim, wide swing here. Big shots, and PXX going to be taken out. Havoc trying to stay alive. We had seen them dead center of this zone
Mords,
earlier.
bhai.
And that pylon still doing plenty of work.
Good morning, Mords.
RRQ, Dog Red, Rendang, Havoc. Top 4 left. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Looks like Dog Red could be going out here in just a moment, as it does look like Gopgap's location has been identified. And yeah, there's RRQ who points it out.
I
And they're
can
going to
see
swing. They're
what.
going to make sure that they at least lock down top 3. Metro falls. Might be able to get back to their feet. Havoc still continuing to be out of sight, out of mind. Alter TP though, and this could be where they get a chance to play aggressive. The nades come out, and Zoyo does have that car to make a play. Got 3 still left alive. The problem though, the zone starts to push on in. I think simply just gonna wait for this fight outside to wrap up. Can RRQ at least solidify a 2nd place? I believe this is a 2v1.
Nah.
Now a 1v1. Pricey left alive. Havoc look to play cleanup.
Ab to
And
nahi
here they
hoga.
come on in. They are the
नहीं आ रहा
custodians
है
of the lobby.
ये
As
क्या
it's now
हो
a
रहा
3v1.
है
The Sparrow trying to play around of the triple take. No, hold
मार
on.
दिया
Havoc, absolutely insane. The
कैसे
1v3 to clutch it out. There is no way, no how. Absolutely built different, ice in the veins. And we had mentioned
कैसे
for Havoc, still very much in the conversation up in the top
क्रेजी
9.
भाई
And a big Dubberooski here in map number 2. 6 KP to go along with it. 18 points for the win. Should put them in a relatively strong spot in the leaderboards.
भाई एंड में कैसे तो
Moving
जीत
forward
गए
as well. Also, got to give a big shout out to the Sparrow pick. Don't see too much of that these days. At least not this early. I know we've been seeing some
The
players
only
going
game
for it,
तुम्हें
but
तो बातों में भी नहीं समझ
definitely
आता
a
कुछ
team that obviously using the altar to the fullest of their abilities before altar gets banned, or at least we'll have to check that here in a moment. I'm assuming that, but definitely going with a very unique
है
sort
ना
of composition
आयुष को
off of
मालूम
that,
भी
right?
कहाँ
I
समझ
would
आता
say, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but kind of reminiscent of back when
भाई
Black
लेकिन
Hand
एंड
was
में क्या
using,
chaos
you know,
है भाई इस बार
the
अपनी टीम
Watts, and
बहुत
you can use
जल्दी
the
भाग
pylon to be able to like kind of lock down while you're trying to play aggressive
रेन डैन
otherwise.
थी दूसरी टीम
I don't know. Kind of like the call. Havoc, though, 18 points with the first place. Rendang in second. RRQ is going to get a third place
फर्स्ट
game.
टाइम
So
देख रहे
still
हो
within
फिर
the
तो
top
नहीं
three
समझ
after getting a
आएगा
zone.
कुछ
So two top
मेरे
threes
को
for
मेरे
RRQ,
को ना
Dogred,
वॉच
and
पार्टी में
PXX.
मतलब
Rounding
मैंने
out
मोस्टली उन
the
गेम्स
top
की ही की है जो मैं पहले
five.
खेलती थी क्योंकि इफ मैंने खेला ही नहीं है मुझे
Spot
समझ
as far
कैसे
as
आएगा
for now. We'll
कुछ
take a look here real quick. As far as our
इसके
top
लिए
kills in the lobby, Metro and
मैंने
Pricey
नहीं
sitting
किया
up
है
at the
कोई
top
गेम की
still.
वॉच पार्टी जो मैंने
Pricey
खेला
getting
नहीं
a
हो
little bit closer there. Sharky, OO, and Hinson rounding out our top 5 as
फाइनल्स
far
होता
as
तो
our
आरएलयू का मैच
KP
पॉइंट हो
getters.
जाता
Go ahead and
इतना
take a quick look
जल्दी
on
हो
over as
जाता
far as our damage here. Metro, Pricey, Jackie Chan, OO,
उनके फर्स्ट में ही
One of our
32
players
थे
from
ना
our winner.
32 भाई
Goozy
टू मच
rounding out our top
Too
5.
much,
There's
bro.
crazy to see Metro already creeping up towards that 5K mark. I feel like generally we see our top damage in a set usually right around the 10K mark. Already there after, already about halfway
Jackie
there
Chan.
through 2 games. RRQ has been on quite the tear. Granted, they were just gifted a zone and they had to fight their way towards the other one. So we'll have to see if maybe that continues working their way. But 2 games through, let's take a look at who's going to be off the board this time around. And I gotta be honest, a little shocked, quite shocked, but not overly shocked. It felt like we've been seeing Maggie becoming more and more popular of a pick. Maggie gonna be off the board here for map number 2 as we do get ready to go back to E District one more time. However, if I had to guess, that probably means we will be seeing Alter taken off the board in
दिस
game
इज
number
नॉट
3.
फाइनल वो कह रहा है कि
If
अगर
not,
होता
maybe we see
तो
like
आरआरक्यू
remember
का
what
2
region
ही
that
गेम में
was.
हो
A couple
जाता है
regions
ऐसे
where
कह
Ultra
रहा है
has ended up kind of making their way all the way until map
Hi,
number 6. I guess
Neon.
we'll have to keep an eye and see if that ends up being the case here today. But yeah, no Alter, or sorry, no Crypto, no Maggie. As far as for
ये
map
गेम
number
3 है
3.
ना 2 ही हुए हैं अभी 3 कहाँ से हो गए
As far as for our first 2 maps, though,
अभी
you
2
can
ही
see
तो
RQ
हुए
big
हैं
game win. for map
लेजेंड
number
बैन का
1.
क्या सीन
Kind
है
of a tale of two different
जो
stories.
भी
Havoc, decent
लेजेंड
win,
सबसे
6
हाईएस्ट
kills
पिक होता है ना
as
जैसे
far as for
फर्स्ट
match
गेम में
number 2. I know Stoney always loves to
क्या नाम
see
था
the
उसका?
potential
भूल
of
गई।
story for 6 match winners over
मतलब
the course
फर्स्ट
of the
गेम
day.
में जो
That
लेजेंड
storyline
हाईएस्ट
is
पिक
still
हुआ था तो वो
technically
सेकंड गेम में वो बैन हो जाता है
available here.
फिर सेकंड गेम में जो हाईएस्ट पिक होगा वो थर्ड गेम में बैन हो
One
जाता है
last
ऐसे
run
होता है
back here on E District. Maybe let's go ahead and take a quick
अरे
look
मैं
as
नाम
far as
भूल गई उसका
our
सी से
overall
नाम था ना
lobby scores. As we do get
सेकंड में
ready
मैगी
for
थी क्या सबसे
match
ज्यादा
number
ऐसे
3.
दिख तो रही थी अपनी टीम में भी थी
It
अबे
is gonna be
उसका
Team
नाम
RRQ
क्या
sitting
था
at the top, 45
अरे वो ड्रोन
points.
वाला
Due to the fact that
क्लोब
the rest of kind of the top 7, 8
क्रिप्टो
or so.
कॉस्टिक
you see
नहीं
how I
क्रिप्टो
avoided that one thing.
मेरे
Out of
मेरे
top, like,
दिमाग- मेरे
7,
को
8 or
कॉस्टिक ही आ रहा था
so,
बार
have
बार
kind of been different within the last couple of games. That means
क्रिप्टो
behind
बैंड था
them
सेकंड
really
में
thick, right? I mean, from
अब
from
मैगी
2nd
बैन
to 10th,
होगी
13 point difference.
मैगी को क्यों बैन किया
You
ये
can be
पिक
up
को करते
within the mix even with a decent
भाई
top
मैगी तो
5
एक्चुअल
team
में
with a
बैन
couple
भी
of
हुई
good
थी
KP. So still definitely anyone's game when it comes to putting themselves in the hunt for the podium. RRQ though, I gotta say, as
अपनी टीम
a
4
Shrink
चली गई
King
यार
fan
overall.
myself,
Second
seem to
से.
have really come alive here in their 4th match day. I talked about them very briefly at the start of the day. They felt like they needed to make sure they followed up a decent finish last week. I think they finished 4th last week. Feels like they got to kind of duplicate that success here today. Currently sitting in 1st and by a pretty good chunk as
You
well.
Akash. You.
We're going to be heading off to
RRQ
E-District
crazy
again here in
domination. Yup.
about 30 seconds or so, chat.
Yup.
Let me know who you guys want to see
एक
taking
सेकेंड अच्छा ये
home
आज
the
का ही दिखा रहे
Dabaruski
हैं
for
क्या
a final iteration of E-District
आज
there
का ही
in the
दिखा
chat
रहे
if you could.
RRQ should fumble some
One more
games
chance for teams who maybe feel more comfortable on E-District. We also mentioned when we did look at the drop spots going into map number 1, it felt like a decent amount of the teams
क्या
prioritized
सेकंड प्लेस
their
वाले से
POI
ज्यादा
draft
क्या
here on
MLS भी
E-District.
कर लो आज मैं वही बोला ना मैंने वही गेम्स किए हैं जो मैंने
So that's
खेले
the
हूँ
case. You want to make sure that
क्योंकि
you
फिर
really
मैं
hammer
वैसे
things
गेम्स
home. I think
करूंगी जो
especially
खेला
when
ही
you
नहीं है
look
मुझे कुछ
towards
समझ
the
ही
top
नहीं
of our
आएगा
leaderboards right now. I mean, RRQ,
समझ रहे हो
both prioritizing this
इसके लिए
map.
मैंने
Technically,
PUBG PC
Havoc
still
didn't, but they were
consider
like the
किया
10
था
pick. So when you're right in the
कि
middle, it's
maybe
kind of hard
I
to
can but
prioritize
then I was like
map pick one way or the
रहने
other. If
देते
we're
हैं
being
रात को
perfectly
क्या
honest.
वॉच पार्टी
S8UL prioritizing, as well as I think I saw Dog Red. Yeah, so most of our teams that are in the top 5 did prioritize E-District. We'll see if they can finish things with another solid game in game
ये
number 3.
overall
Again,
है
as we
ये
do get ready to
game
drop
का
in
नहीं
for map number 3,
तो PUBG में से इसका bad luck था
Maggie after map number
did I
2.
choose to watch Sherlock
We'll be
W
joining No
Wolves
Crypto.
Premier League में
Go and
relegate
take
हो
a
रही है
look at
esports में
our
आगे आ
Legend
रही
Select as we get ready for map number 3. I'm
आए
going to start seeing more of the Gibbies coming out
Premier
now
League
that the
में
Maggie is
क्या?
off of the board. That bubble gives you a lot of protection.
वाओ एक ने अपना नाम ही
Chat.
नॉर्मल रख दिया
You
है
know, I know that I had said after game number 2, there is a chance that we are going to be seeing Alter off the board after game number 3. I don't think that's going to be
आज
the
का
case.
ही कह रही हूँ ओवरऑल मतलब आज के दो
Question
मैचेस के मिला के था वो
what's going to be
कह रही
taken
थी
off the
मैं
board? I would have thought, if anything, if Valkyrie was going to be taken off the board here today, I would have figured maybe more so on Olympus. I don't know. It is definitely going to be close.
अबे
And
इसका नाम
interesting to
भूल
think
गई
that
जो
we could be
पोस्टर
very
जैसा
well going
दिखता
over
है
to Olympus with no, is there a chance of no Gibby? I
ये
don't know, there
बहुत
might
पिक
be.
होता रहता है
DCG, we had mentioned them on the day.
लेजिट
a
लेजिट
team that,
पोस्टर जैसा दिखता
while
है
technically outside the top 20, they are one of our 10 teams in this lobby that have only had 2 match days. So they're in a pretty good spot as far as for now.
Watson, no, that's Watson वो लड़की
Yeah,
है
they did
मैं
go out
वो
kind of
लड़की
early,
की
actually, now that I
बात
think
कर
about
रही
it,
हूँ
in that last game.
लड़की कैसे
So they have a
पोस्टर
chance
जैसे
to be able to at
दिखेगी
least put themselves into a decent place as far as for now. Let me update that statement actually, because now I think they're only at like 5 or 6 points. So yeah, actually looking at it here now, 5 points because they did go out relatively early in game number 2. We'll see if they can make something shake though.
Hi Castiel, good morning
Rotating out of Street Market.
अबे इन्होंने वो मोटा लिया है मोटा शील्ड बनाते हैं ना ये
Of course,
Watson
we
यार
have mentioned
सेटिंग वाला
before,
भी
you
नहीं
know,
ध्यान
E-District, a lot of teams going to be prioritizing, rotating on quickly, and for DCG, I don't know if they know it yet, but it does look like we are going to be heading up towards Blossom Drive, maybe Neon Square-ish area,
PUBG PC खेलोगे
which means they're going to
Bro,
want
if I
to
have
sooner
company, I can
rather
play
than
Apex,
later. Also
PUBG PC,
means
anything. बस अकेले
that
मुझे
they're going to
बहुत
have to
बोर
worry about
होता है.
potentially Black Hole rotating on them in a moment.
मन ही नहीं
Meanwhile,
करता है
elsewhere on the
इसके लिए
map,
मुझे
though, we do have
खेलने को.
QWQ, who have already taken an early fight here. This looks like Rosie. Isn't going to be able to find anybody on the bottom floor. Jack, going to run away inside the building, trying to stay alive, as it is Dog Red who are on the hunt. Dog Red currently sitting in the 5th spot with 17 points, and looks like they're wanting to continue to bring the heat. It's interesting to see where this fight is taking place because Dogred technically did land in Neon Square.
Yup, this is match 3. ये
I guess more
लेजेंड
just
बैन
wanted to take a fight
सब्सिक्वेंट
on early
गेम
and
या
say,
ऑल
can't
फॉर
really
द
say that
गेम्स है, ये
I
मुझे भी
necessarily
कंफ्यूजन
blame
है.
them. They're able to pick up some
लास्ट टाइम आई नो मैंने
KP
क्लियर
and
किया था बट मैं भूल
found a pretty
गई.
decent spot.
I don't remember now कि नेक्स्ट गेम रहता था कि सब गेम्स कंटिन्यू होता था.
Themselves a spot in zone. The problem is some of these teams I think have
Hi,
the wrong
Vijay,
read. I
thank you
think
for
they're
the
expecting this to
29.
more rotate
All
up
games रहता
towards
है.
resort,
ठीक.
maybe even City Hall area. And while this will
Chilo
technically be in the
Free
zone
Fire
for
खेलोगे?
now, this is
What
going to
do
mean
you
that they will be a
mean?
little
मैं
bit
daily
later to the
खेलती हूँ.
party when it comes to moving towards
It's my favorite
that
game.
Blossom Drive Neon Square area. Team Orchid has had a relatively quiet day today. We mentioned they did have a big match day
Yeah.
last time out. It's currently sitting sort of middle of the pack, so not like you're out of it by any stretch of the means. But for
Paid
Team
Fire
Orchid,
is
they
better
are a
than
team
Free
that
Fire,
would like to be able to carry over that momentum. Rendang, as you can see on this southeastern side of the zone, due to the fact that they did land all the way out towards Stadium, they'll be one of the later comers to the party, even though they are trying to rotate quickly.
बीजेएमआई कब खेलोगे? फ्री फायर के बाद बीजेएमआई खेलती हूँ मैं डेली.
Does look like Havoc has already been able to make their way
क्या
on
है
over as
तुम
well.
लोगों को कुछ पता ही नहीं है.
Found themselves a pretty good spot spot here on Blossom Drive. Problem is, are you going to be able to lock down the entirety of this building, right? Especially as we do know we have a couple of Valkyries in the lobby. Means not only do you have to worry about anybody potentially bursting through the doors from the bottom.
Candy Crush. I like Subway
Really make a play for height.
Surfers. मैंने रील में भी
See your
डाला
screen.
था.
Does look like full
मजा आता
pull
है.
over towards that western side. So again, teams like Team Orchid, Dog Red, Titan Esports Club, who are reading this a little bit
Crazy
more towards the City
inflected
Hall area. They'll get
player.
a little dose of bad news here soon.
Just thank you for the 449. Thank you. I need a girl's opinion
Who prioritized rotating early in game number
on
1
how
to a
to
zone.
decorate room for
That
my
was in that
sister, like colors,
northwestern
decoration
side.
items, thing.
This time around, they're
Trending
counter
since I
rotating. Looks
don't
like they're
use
trying to chase
Insta.
down someone. Chase down a
Crazy.
squad up towards
यार देखो
that Electro Dam area. I think that's what
ऐसे तो कुछ
QWE
होता नहीं है कि
trying
सारी
to
लड़कियों को
find
सेम
somewhere to be
चीज
able to get
पसंद
their
होती है.
teammates back
गलत
in.
जगह आ गए. Excuse me संजय.
I don't know if they've got the
straight
intro
facts
information.
बता
No,
रही
yeah,
हूँ.
they do. Metro has been able to point out where Rosie is at.
मतलब
And is
देखो
now on the full
लड़कियां
hunt.
भी सब अलग होती हैं, जैसे लड़के भी सब सेम नहीं
Given
होते
their
ना.
best Legolas
अभी कुछ
impression,
एकदम
3
गर्ली
shots with the
गर्ल्स
bow
होती
check,
है,
every
अभी
one of
कुछ
them
एकदम
hit.
टॉमबॉय होते हैं मेरी जैसे. तो सबके डिफरेंट
And now
चॉइसेस
just
होते हैं.
sending the attack
एंड
dogs
ऐसा
on
नहीं
the
कि सब
hunt.
टॉमबॉयज के भी सेम
QWQ
चॉइसेस होते हैं. अभी जैसे
will be our
मैं
second
टॉमबॉय
squad
हूँ
sent
बट
back
मेरा
to the
फेवरेट
lobby.
कलर है पर्पल एंड मुझे
And it
पिंक
does
भी
give
बहुत
our
पसंद है. सो फेवरेट कलर तुम्हारी बहन का क्या
Let's
है,
try
उसको
again.
किन चीजों
And
में
it does give
इंटरेस्ट है, उसको
RRQ
क्या
a
पसंद
couple of
है,
KP here,
वो सब
here
चीजें
early.
मैटर करती है.
But thanks to the
I
fact that
think
they are
trend से
all the way up
ज़्यादा.
at the Lotus, they
कि
are now going to
उसको
be
क्या
one of the
पसंद है.
last ones to rotate on in. So that's going to be tough finding real estate.
जैसे मेरा
Especially as this
मेरे
thing
वॉल्स
continues
का
pulling
कलर,
towards
रूम के
Blossom
वॉल्स का
Drive
कलर
and
है एकदम लाइट
looks
सा
like we got
लैवेंडर,
at least a
बिकॉज वो
good
मेरा फेवरेट कलर है.
2/3
मेरे
of our
रूम में
lobby already
है
over here.
कुछ वैलोरेंट के फिगरिंग्स, कुछ एनीमे के फिगरिंग्स जो मेरे को बहुत पसंद है, एंड थोड़ा बहुत रोनाल्डो है इधर
Now,
उधर,
as far as for GOAT,
थोड़ा
we
बहुत
still
और
have
रोनाल्डो
a bit of a
लगाना है
ways
मुझे
to go.
इधर उधर, तो वैसा.
And I'm not sure if they realize they have 2 other teams in the draft point area. One of them being BCG.
Is Apex better
Meanwhile,
than
we
Valo? Both are different
back on
games.
board over here. It does look
ये
like
बैटल
Benino
रॉयल है. Valo is
trying to hold a
tactical
squad off
FPS,
with the bombardment.
5v5. ये बैटल रॉयल है. CSN fan, yup.
It does look like they are going to be successful in that regard. Looked like a team was pushing for their bottom floor.
And देखो मुझे हैरी पॉटर बहुत पसंद है. I have
Ended up
Hedwig,
not being able to
then this
make their way on
cute
in.
Jigglypuff. Gojo. I like Gojo.
Goat
ऐसे।
is currently going to have to play it as a duo. They
मुझे
don't
ये
even have their
छोटे छोटे
banner, not
आइकिया
quite
के
yet.
बहुत पसंद है प्लांट्स. ये छोटे भी हैं, एक वो
Time to be
लंबा
able to
वाला
do so.
होता
I'm
है
not
वो
sure
रख
though, because there are
रखे
two
मैंने
other
दो
teams in
दो.
the area, and one of them looking to
अच्छा,
play
you went for
aggressive here as
birthday.
Bastion quickly pushes right
यार
on
मैं
in,
मैं
and
गिफ्ट देने में अच्छी
Rendang
हूँ, but
gonna
you
take
can get
Goat
her
and send
all the
them back
things
to
she
the
likes
lobby.
ऐसा छोटी छोटी जो वो अपने रूम में रख सके मे बी.
Where Goat is at.
My
That
favorite
other
battle
squad that
royale
was
तो
in the
यार
area.
पीसी पे
PCG
देखो
has
एपिक्स
already
ही होगा
rotated out and
क्योंकि
moved towards Street
PUBG
Market.
पे वो
So
बहुत स्लो
now at
लगता
this
है.
point, Rendang can enjoy the spoils of
ये
their fight.
फास्ट पेस है ना एकदम मजा
And
आता
she's
था
pretty
खेलने
comfortable
में.
at least rotating in towards this second zone, moving towards Neon Square. Most of the teams have already rotated from Neon Square into Blossom Drive
तो तुम पहले
itself,
बता
so
रही हो गिविंग
they
में.
will have quite a bit of space here. But they, in a similar way to
wow,
like we were talking
ईशान.
about
भाई
with
मेरे को
RRQ as well
वो
as
जो
Dog Red being
उन्होंने
late to
बना
the party,
रखा है आई थिंक
it's gonna be tough
लंदन में
finding a
है.
good spot to really be able to
मैं नाम
set
भूल
up at
गई.
once they do
यूनिवर्सल
make their way
स्टूडियोज का
towards
कुछ
this
है
one.
शायद. मेरे को उधर जाना है. It
Teams
is
that are
one of
waiting
my
right on the
dream
side.
places to visit.
Yeah, people of the likes of PXX and Team Orchid who are all in the area. Team Ubi, we had mentioned earlier, sitting in a pretty
I
good
never
spot
played
thus
Warzone.
far
I
on
have
the
played
split. They've been
Warzone, but उतना नहीं
consistently
खेला है.
consistent, and
उतना नहीं खेला है कि
really
I
when we talk
can
about
make
today, it's been no different.
और share opinions on it. मैंने बहुत कम खेला है
Nice
और
overhead look
बहुत
here as
टाइम
far
हो
as
गया
on
खेले हुए.
E-District Blossom Drive. Big shout out to our production team working in the background, giving us the views and vibes. SAUL. They do have that Newcastle and Watson
I know,
combo to
Ashish.
help lock down buildings. We'll also still have the availability
But
of that altar. And as
I'm
we were
just
mentioning
hoping कि
earlier,
कुछ हो जाएगा maybe.
I don't know if altar is going to be banned. So there's a chance that this composition for SAUL could be available for a little while. Depends on the Watson. I don't know if there's enough of the Watson either. I don't think Watson's at risk, so.
Trendy thing for birthday.
Personally, I've always kind of been a fan of the Newcastle Watson combo,
ऐसा
even
कुछ
odes to
trending
like
तो
the old
नहीं है.
Moist
सब
squad
लोग
from in the region back in the day.
मतलब कुछ लोग को वो डेकोरेशंस बहुत पसंद आते हैं. वो बलून्स नहीं
Allows
होते
you
हैं
to obviously
गोल्डन
one
या
hunker
कोई
down
और
with
कलर के वो
extra
सब stuff.
defense inside of buildings.
वही
But even
है.
when you're outside and caught in rotation, right? You've got the Newcastle
Yeah,
wall, you've got
किसी
the
को नहीं
Moby
बताऊंगी.
wall. Obviously, you have the ability to use the Watson fences to play wide. ECG going to be out yet
अरे वो
again
दूसरे
early. They're going to go
बलून
out
होते
on
हैं ना.
17th. We had talked
मैं
about for
मुझे नहीं
them
पता
who
उनको क्या बोलते हैं.
technically just inside the bubble
ऐसे
when we
डिटेल
talk
पता
about
नहीं
our
मुझे. तो
land
चैट में
contending
बातों में लगा
teams.
दिया. मैं देख नहीं पाई कुछ.
Quiet day today, and if they continue at this pace, they could be in a whole heck of a lot of trouble.
But लेकिन
RRQ,
क्रिकेट अच्छा
we
लगता
had
है भाई.
mentioned they
मुझे
would
तो
be late to the
सिर्फ
party
मेरा
moving
फेवरेट
into
खाना
Blossom
चाहिए होता है और
Drive.
गेम खेलना चाहिए होता है. मुझे
And
यही
while they
पसंद है
have-
मेरे बर्थडे पे.
Seemed to have taken the bottom of this floor. Not sure how safe it's going to be. There's the Newcastle wall to be able to play around. Meanwhile, Team Orchid find themselves in a tough spot. Bosu, the last one left alive, as it is Team Ubi that pushes right on in to clean things up. And you can see on your screen right now, X-Bolts is your kill leader.
यार अभी
I
तो नहीं
mentioned
हुई
Team
होगी
Ubi.
गाइस.
Being
इतना
consistently
जल्दी नहीं यार.
consistent.
अभी तो 15 टीम्स
Today
है.
has been no different. Currently sitting in 6th, and they got themselves a good spot for endgame as long as they can hold it. We'd also mentioned Dog Red would be one of the squads that would be late to the party as well. They've now been able to make their way in towards a building. There are remnants of the Watson fences still around, so they will have to be cautious as they do investigate the building to make sure that there's still nobody around here as far as for now.
नारल के
squads
ऐसे तो
left
आजू
and-
बाजू.
A majority of them still over here at Blossom Drive. You still have a couple of teams that are over in Neon Square. Na, Veneno, Rendang will eventually need to make their way on in. You also got TYK who are closing in on the buildings at both inside the ring and DCG are currently in. And it does look like this thing going to be pulling towards RRQ. And when you look at the 4 teams that are smack dab in the middle of this one, can't say that I'm surprised. A quad of IGLs that are generally very good when it comes to calling zone have put their 4 teams in excellent position. Meanwhile, you got squads like PXX who are still technically in the ring, but just on the edge of it. But they are currently taking a fight. And Jackie Chan is the last one left alive. It is Rendang that is on the other side. Hold on a second, though. It looks like a third party
This is show
might be
live
coming into the mix.
4 teams alive dead.
No, it's not a third party. Although it
I mean eliminate होती है तब लिखा आता है और ऊपर सब showcase हो ही रहा
trying to
है.
reset on their own. So now Jackie Chan kind of has to push this to try and take these 2 out while they are killable. And Jackie Chan is going to be able to push right on through and do just that.
और ऊपर भी दिखाई रहे.
Now going to be able to use these Watson fences as well as a little bit of extra defense. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Blossom Drive, it's Team Ubi as Easy Flash going to be able to push out and clean things up. TYK going to be taken out. And again, it feels like where Ubi is at, a very strong spot. But they do have some dangerous teams in their vicinity next door. And due to the fact that this building can be accessed from both the top floor and the bottom floor, you're going to have to make sure that your communications are on point. Rendang out here on this eastern side of the zone. They do have inside the ring kind of spread out on top of them. I don't know if they're going to push on down. Benino. Shh. Silencio. Trying to play out of sight, out of mind. Last one left alive. Unfortunate that there's no real good nook or cranny to really tuck on into, though. Wolves currently sitting in 9th with just 11 points. They went out relatively early in map number 2. They are also in a good position here. I think they've spotted DCG trying to rotate in. But I don't think you want to overextend. You don't want to give away your positioning inside this building. XDD currently trying to play down here within the water, also as a solo. Must have just been brought in late recently, right? Only sitting with the one Mozambique.
How are they not fighting? नीनू से space में सब बैठे हैं नीनू की जगह पे.
Team outside the top 20 wanting to put themselves within the mix. There's definitely a good spot here as we're heading down the home stretch of game number 3. Here's Dog Red though. Knock, knock. Trying to enter at that door. But Team Ubi says no, not today. We don't need no solicitors. And now it's inside the ring. Sang pushes through the bubble. R99 in hand, trying to pull off the 1v3.
Inside the ring, outside the game.
Rendang gonna be able to clean things up, and Rendang having a pretty darn good game. Here in our last iteration of E-District, they've got the high ground as well. They will need to move from this position eventually. They gotta figure out where they're gonna be able to take some space. The good news is Raheem does have the ability to take to the sky and collect all the recon that they need. They know they've got a couple of teams in this building in front of them, however. The XX has been able to put themselves back up to a trio, but I don't know how long they're going to be up on their feet as a full 3. 174 trying to get shifty with it. But eventually gets taken down. Rendang and PXX both out. Top 10. Here now in game number 3 as round number 5 continues to close at Blossom Drive. And RRQ in yet another late game scenario. Will be Wolves that'll look over the little peak way here to try and continue taking out Havoc, as Havoc will be eliminated. It's really hard to call who has the best spot here. It feels like Ubi and they're building on that most northern side, probably in the best spot because they're the only one who's not sharing real estate.
Nom, 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 nom.
ECG in a tough spot. It does look like, though, they might be able to get back up onto their feet as they'll be able to take Nod down. They have two teams on top of them, though. And their push on out is going to be dangerous. Again, I think when you look at the positioning of these last 6 teams, I gotta give credit to where credit's due. The only team that doesn't have to split a house, it is Team Ubi on that most northern side. SAUL and RRQ are sharing the building that we're currently sitting in on.
Caring is
They
caring.
could very well have DCG looking to try and enter into the bottom floor here as well.
Hearing enemies over here.
It's the calm before the storm. Final ring getting ready to close on in. I didn't even notice that ARAM had gotten back to a full 3. They do have high ground, so they do kind of get free pickings on the first rotates. The problem, though, is when they eventually drop, can't drop floor by floor. You have that slight stun that could put you in a... Of the caustic, the stinky gas.
I hate my internet. I hate my internet, guys.
On the 5th position, 4th gonna belong to Wolves.
Yeah,
ARAM gonna be
intense
out
time
in
पे
3rd.
गया internet.
And as I mentioned earlier, it felt like Team Ubi in a winning position. They're left as a full 3.
Let's-
Doom, however, goes down.
Wait.
And maybe there's a chance for
Wait.
SAUL to turn things
Yeah,
around. But no,
hashtag
Team
Doom.
Ubi will not be denied. Consistently consistent? Nah, they're one of the best when it comes to the best of APAC South. They come out on
Almost.
top in game number 3. And a big dub for Team Ubi.
अरे ये कैसा स्किन है?
Good enough to move them up into 2nd on the day as well.
भालू. तेरी भाई.
And a big game for them.
भालू
Look at
ही
the
था
kill
भाई
count on
legit.
your screen right now. 18 kills
Rewind
to go along
करूँ?
with the 12 points
Wait,
for that first place finish.
I'll show you on YouTube. ये तो शीरो का. Excuse me.
18 kills to go.
2
PG
मिनट का
looking to
देखते
try
हैं.
and enter into the bottom floor here as well.
Hearing enemies over here.
It's the calm before the storm. I didn't even notice that ARAM had gotten back to a full 3. They do have high ground, so they do kind of get free pickings on the first rotates. The problem, though, is when they eventually drop, can't drop floor by floor. You have that slight stun that could put you in a dangerous position unless maybe they have the Valk ult available to them. They do have the ult of the caustic, the stinky gas to potentially send out.
Aram.
With a defensive bombardment now going to hit them here, causing them to need to reset. DCG left alive. A little Sam, the last one left alive, will be taken out here by RRQ.
RRQ भी ऐसे ही मर गई थी क्या?
Question is, can RRQ get themselves reset as this lobby continues to close, taking
कहाँ
to the
उड़
sky
रहे
as
हैं?
ARAM. We'll see how that plays out for them. Wolves left as a 2, and it might be just Crazy Kong here in a second. Crazy Kong also takes up to the sky. Team RRQ
क्या
going to
कर
be out in
रहे?
the 5th position. 4th going to belong to Wolves. ARAM going to be out in
Nice.
3rd. And as I mentioned earlier, it felt like Team Ubi in a winning position. They're left as a full 3.
यार,
Doom,
legacy
however, goes down. And maybe
आ
there's a
गया
chance for
अकेले.
SAUL to turn
हाँ.
things around. But no, Team Ubi will not be
एक एक
denied.
करके आए वो लोग.
Consistent?
एक एक
Nah,
करके.
they're one of the best
एक एक
when it
करके
comes to
गए.
the best of APAC South. They come out on top in game number
But
1.
end में ऐसे ही होता है.
A big dub for Team Ubi.
भाई ये मस्त लग रहा है.
On the day as well.
अबे कितना मस्त है.
Ultra's still going to be around. We'll have to see what these get together. Actually, I'm gonna have to make a pivot on that.
Last circle लेके
Because it
चक्कर
wasn't
आ
tied
रहे.
between the two. It looks like getting word that it's gonna be Valkyrie off the board.
ब्रो मैं इसका कह रही थी, इसका नाम भूल गई, पोस्टर जैसा दिखता है. भाई मेरे को ना वापस खेलना पड़ेगा,
No crypto.
वापस खेलना शुरू करना पड़ेगा एपिक्स.
Moving forward. When we look at the overall
जो निवेक के बांसे की तरफ था लास्ट वाला. हाँ वो लोग आए ना ऐसे टोल वाले, और वो मतलब उनको आना ही था बाहर, तो एंड बॉस वो एक एक करके आए, वो लोग ने मार दिया.
SAUL, Rendang, and Havoc.
Sova, nice.
Your top 5. I think the big thing right now that stands out to me, we had talked about for BCG.
Hi
if they
Rekna,
wanted
how
to
are you?
Keep themselves in the hunt. Keep themselves in the bubble moving down the home stretch of split number 1.
Okay.
Currently
मैं
sitting
तो
on
पोस्टर
0
बुलाती हूँ
points
उसको.
as they do move over towards Olympus. Again, we did see them have a very strong second half of the day earlier in the split. That was day number 1 though. We'll have to see if maybe they can use that confidence to carry on over, but we are going to have a little bit of a break here in between games 3 and 4 to set the stage for Olympus. But on the other side of that, we'll go over on our POI drafts. We'll also kind of set the stage for our games 4, 5, and 6. We appreciate you tuning in with us over here on Battlegrounds at Twitch, over on YouTube.
Team comms EWC के टाइम दिखा रहे थे. I remember.
Follow button down below. Turn those notifications on. We'll be back on the other side of this break for game
इसमें
number
अभी
4.
इतना अच्छे सिस्टम से नहीं दिखा रहे, उसमें दिखाते हैं. भाई कल पता है मैंने ना एक ट्रायल रील डाली रात को, और फिर मैं ना खुद के रील स्क्रॉल कर रही थी, खुद के नहीं मतलब रील स्क्रॉल कर रही थी, और मेरे को मेरी ट्रायल रील ही दिखा रहा है इंस्टाग्राम. आई वाज लाइक सो कंफ्यूज. मैंने कहा ये मेरी रील है, ये यहाँ क्यों है, बताओ. क्रेजी नो. अगर आज की गेम ऐसी गई तो ओवरऑल अपर #1 हो जाए, क्योंकि यार क्यों बहुत नीचे है. नाइस. नहीं अश्वत्थामा मंत्र पढ़ता है, इंशान टोटके करता है, चिल्ड काला जादू करता है. वी हैव ऑल वेराइटीज गाइज, ऑल वेराइटीज अवेलेबल. आप खुद को फॉलो नहीं करते, कैसे कर खुद को फॉलो यार, ऑप्शन ही नहीं है. और मैं जिंक्स करती हूँ, जिंक्स मास्टर. मिनी गेम्स खेला जाए. गाइस आज का एजेंट, चलो आज गाइस तुम लोग गेस करो, जो चैट में फर्स्ट लिखेगा मैं वो गेस करूंगी. अरे सेकंड आईडी से नहीं ना, सोलो लेवलिंग देखनी है. नहीं तेज, you are wrong. It's 2020 male. I'm gonna go with Sova. Okay, it's breach guys, it is breach. Killjoy! हाय मैं ऐसी थी कि ये कलर्स देखे देखे लग रहे, कलर्स देखे देखे लग रहे. I had to focus. ये कहाँ का है? ये कहाँ का है बे? सर 2 स्क्रू. इज इट ब्रीज? मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा. बट ब्रीज पे कहाँ? मेटल डोर्स. ओह ब्रीजी है. आई वाज राइट. बट कहाँ? ये है क्या मिड नेस्ट के नीचे या बी टनल? पिरामिड है ये ना. मुझे तो मिड का ही लग रहा है. शूट के पास शूट है ये. मुझे बस कंफ्यूजन था नेस्ट है या नीचे की साइड. मिड था ये तो मुझे समझ गया था. What the fuck? Oh my Chloe. He gave up. He gave up. ये तो आयुष है. ये आयुष है. ओमन. ब्रो मुझे लगा था डार्क कवर है. ये डब्ल्यू तुक्का. ये नहीं पता. कौन सी है ये?
All right, and we are back here at Apex
Surge.
action for some ALGS at Battlegrounds 82.
I'm about to go full killer robot. You've been warned. KO ही होगा. Robot तो एक ही है.
I'm about to go full killer robot. You've been warned.
Robot. कैसे बोलता है? Robot.
As we do get ready to move to
ओहो चल गई गाइस ये साइड. मुझे लगा नहीं चलेगी. सीज.
it's a pretty fun map as well and
अभी सीज में हाथ बना हुआ है. मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम देखा ये चीज.
be interesting. I feel like we
हाथ बना हुआ है बे उसमें.
across all of the regions
फर्स्ट टाइम नोटिस कर रही हूँ मैं.
more a little bit more disciplined on Olympus, but I think also sometimes because of the nature of the beast, because there's not nearly as much real estate to be had as opposed to say E District for end games.
स्कर्मिश भी.
This is a little bit different, so it will
यार कभी एक बारी में सही नहीं होता.
the lobby compared to that.
Yeah.
We'll be interested to see how often
ग्लिच्ड है. बैंडिट या आउटलॉ? आउटलॉ है गाइस.
see how many of
इजी है भाई.
right hand
इजी. अपडेट कर दो भाई साइट वालों.
potential end games heading up that way. I feel like we've been seeing a decent amount up in that vicinity.
इजी. इजी गेम है गाइस. बहुत इजी गेम है. दिस इज टू इजी. दिस इज वे टू इजी.
When you look to the left side, there weren't too many teams that prioritized this as their POI draft. However, when you look at teams who did prioritize this map, Black Hole, Inside the Ring, and BCG, in particular BCG,
ओ अभी वो दूसरा
need to
मैप.
step up in a big way. Face
नहीं.
Cyber, not the best of you.
Same ही है
Pretty
शायद.
decent one. There's a reason they got picked third, obviously, right? If there's a chance for BCG to be able to at least put themselves,
ओलंपस
I
है.
feel like for them, if they can move up into that top like 6, 7 area.
क्या
I
let
myself,
me
I just did
think.
it. But if you move yourself right up into that sort of positioning on the standings, I
Difficult
feel
game
like
बताओ
especially with the
कौन
wins the
सा?
first half of the day, you'd be feeling quite all right. RRQ will be keeping an eye on as well. Of course,
game?
they've had a pretty strong start to the day. They'll be dropping that bottom right-hand corner of their map, and they're surrounded by some teams that I feel like they should feel okay with taking some early fights with. So I'll be intrigued to see if they opt to go that direction. But one thing that I do think will make
Rocket
Olympus
League?
interesting. We had mentioned before how the rate of play sometimes changes a bit on Olympus, right? Because there's not as much real estate.
गेम ना
Well, we
मजे
mentioned
करने के
earlier,
लिए खेलते
because
हैं.
of what we've got going on with legend bans and things like that, generally games 4, 5, and 6
नई रील का आइडिया
is
मिल
where we
गया.
see teams starting to break out more of the defensive compositions. We start seeing more Newcastle, more Caustics. We saw quite a bit of the Gibraltar being brought out in game number 3. It was almost banned there, so we'll
Palworld.
probably see quite a bit of that.
मेरा
here
मन
in
हो
game
रहा था
number
थोड़े
4
दिन
as
पहले
well. But you know
खेलने का
what? Ain't
Palworld.
no time to talk about it. It's time to be about it. We had our little break. It's time to get back into
Rocket
the
League
action.
difficult तो नहीं
After a
है
little bit
तुषार.
of change in scenery. No more E-District. We're off to Olympus for our final 3. And who
You
better to
just
stay
need
on board
controller
with to get things
and some
started
practice.
than B, C, G. Dropping down at Phase Driver. Team that needs a pretty good game in game number 4 because they're going to need a solid trio of games. So it needs to start here. Feels like probably part of the reasoning you picked down here at Phase Driver
आपके
was
लिए है,
the,
मेरे लिए नहीं है
so
difficult.
you,
मेरे
you,
को
you
बस
have
खेलना नहीं
the,
पसंद.
the whip, right? But they aren't going to have to rotate too far. It looks like this thing could be potentially pulling down towards the bonsai area. And if this does pull down south, we're going to have to talk about what the preparations were for RRQ going in today. Not sure what the prayer looked like to RN Jesus, but they most certainly seem to be hooking up RRQ with some circles, I'll tell you what. Titan Esports Club currently
Palworld में
gonna be
सर्वर
working
फ्री होता है
their way down
obviously
south.
भाई.
Walking fast, I'm on my way to
वो
find a spot. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Quite a few teams
सिंगल
gonna be
प्लेयर नहीं
rotating their way
मल्टीप्लेयर
on
भी
through
फ्री होता है
Hammond
बट
Labs,
वो
though, so
होता
they're
है
gonna have to make sure they
ऑफलाइन.
are being careful. They were one of the first ones through
मतलब
those, so they
कि
don't
when you
currently
are
have
playing तभी गेम चलेगा. वो
anybody on their
ऑनलाइन
six.
सर्वर होता है कि हम लोग गेम में नहीं है
Meanwhile,
एंड
Orchid
स्टिल
also
सब
trying to
कुछ हो
rotate
रहा
on
है.
in on
वो
the hop
ऑनलाइन
step.
सर्वर है उसके लिए
Does look
पैसे
like they're
लगते हैं.
moving in right on the
नॉर्मल
back
सर्वर
of
तो
Havoc
चलता ही
here.
है.
That's who they were sending shots at off in their direction. However, Havoc doesn't look like they are having it. They're just going to continue holding W, baby. They're going to marathon man their way, continuing down south. And looks like we're going to be off towards Bonsai Plaza here.
हाँ अगर ऐसा
That is
होगा
one of the
तो
favorite
भाई
teams
फिर
that drop down
मतलब ही
towards
क्या
the
रहा
south.
पैसे देने
Teams like
पड़ेंगे
ARAM.
तो.
ARAM had a decent spot. Maybe they can see if they can capitalize off this ring pulling down their way. Goat currently sitting on their triple white tees.
वाईडी चैट में ब्लॉक का ऑप्शन है उसके चैट नहीं दिखेंगे
And to
अभी
move down
करती
here
हूँ
quick,
आई
fast,
उसको
and in a
ब्लॉक
hurry. So
कहाँ है दिख नहीं रहा
prioritizing
मुझे.
rotation over looting does tend to put you in that position. But real estate being a priority, again, knowing that Olympus doesn't quite give you that same benefit of, well, a lot of premium real estate. So you can understand why a majority of teams made their way towards Bonsai Plaza so early. A matter of fact, I think we've already got 2/3 of our lobby between here, Phase Driver, and Solar Array, like on the rotation on in. So again, talking about the discipline we've been seeing. In particular, I got to give credit where credit is due to APAC South, a team where a region that I feel like in the past been kind of known for
यो
really enjoying
तन्वे
playing a little ape heavy, taking more fights than maybe necessary. I mean, proof's in the pudding. Still 20 squads left alive, despite the fact that you have already so many teams down here at Bonsai. It will be interesting, though, for teams that are late to the party. Teams like Wolves, SAUL, even DCG.
Bonsai.
Mark currently up at Gravity Engine.
Enemy in sight.
What's going to happen when they finally arrive
क्या कल ग्रुप गेम
down
है
here
नहीं?
at Bonsai Plaza?
Upgraded and
It is kind of funny that we were talking about how Olympus doesn't always necessarily give us like end zones that have a decent amount of like spots to be able to play. Bonsai Plaza has a decent amount of area. Also, obviously, got the walls that you can use and natural cover that are kind of around the outskirt as well for when you're talking about rings like 3 and 4. And also didn't announce it or didn't mention it, but hey, congratulations, chat. We're officially starting the back half of split number 1 here in APAC South. That's, of course, taking into account that regional finals is like its own separate thing outside of regular season. 9 match days. We're in the middle of match day 5. It feels like the season just started, chat. And look at us. Look at us, chat. Who would have thought? Not me. Meanwhile, Team Ubi after game. Big game as far as in game number 2. Or sorry, sitting in position number 2 after that last game.
डोनाल्ड
In game
ट्रम्प
number 3.
भाई अब मुझे भी
Been able to
वैसा
make their
क्यों
way into zone relatively quickly yet again. This is
अब
something
अब
that
मुझे
we
भी उसके
have
जैसा
talked
क्यों
about a
आवाज
bit
लग
for
रहा
this,
है
about this team. I feel like, while yeah, in the past, Easy Flash has been known for being like a heavy fighter, it seems like this team has really adapted the early rotate, play zone,
can't
and
unhear
then let
it
your
now
fragging power show itself at the end of the game as teams are more moving towards you.
क्या डाले दिमाग में हाँ ना मुझे उसके जैसा ही लग रहा है
Meanwhile, out here on this southwestern side of the zone, Wolves Esports still making sure that they can scout as much as they can, see if they can upgrade those Evos, prepare themselves.
सारी
For
टीम एक
any-
दूसरे से लड़के मर जाओ मर स्वाहा
You
अरे
know, I
सब
know
में
I was
एसिड
giving credit
ड्रिल्स
to
भी
the
तो
region
है
for being able to share real estate, not taking early fights, but you can only get so many teams cluttered up down here at Bonsai before these squads start saying, you know what, somebody's got to go. And there's a chance that TYK may be the first one out. And I think now TYK will be full sent as they have noticed that arm, the last one left alive. I mean, really, what more can you do if you're TYK here, right? You know that you can't push towards a building. Those are all gone. You don't really know where the other teams are at in the area, so you just kind of hope and pray that maybe a third party comes in and takes down GOAT, and that's not the case. However, now GOAT is getting shot at. I think that was RRQ that was sending some shots their way.
Let's check out that way. All right, brothers, got my ultimate ready.
More teams continuing to make their way as far as those teams that were on the outskirts. I mentioned earlier, QWQ, DCG, teams of the like.
Barrel stabilizing here. Level
Looks like
3.
QWQ may be all right with taking a little bit of an engagement out here at Solar Array. This Rendang is on the other side. You see PXX ends up going out in that top right-hand corner
ऐसा
of your
लग रहा है
screen.
कुछ वो बनाया इन्होंने
This is their first match
Fine.
day after having that big Dubberooski 2 weeks ago. But man, oh man, have PXX been quiet here today. I'll have to wait and see if they have better luck in map number 5. Meanwhile, back in Solar Array, is Rendang and QWQ. They are isolated over here on this northern side of the zone. So it's okay if they have a prolonged fight.
Weapons ready. Enemy.
However, I am kind of curious because some of the
ऊपर
teams that
से
aren't
उड़ के मारेंगे तो
necessarily
क्या
all
वो
the way
सब
down
पे
towards
थोड़ी उड़ने का
Bonsai,
होता
but
है
in the general vicinity, teams of the likes of Wolves and SAUL, if they hear those fights
Tikka?
towards Solar Ray, my question is, do they a third party?
उसके लिए क्यों उड़ेंगे वो
That
जस्ट
we're
होल्ड
not
करने के लिए
quite sure. Second ring, though, does finish closing officially. And we do indeed still have 18 teams left alive. Rendang and QWQ have looked at each other long enough. So it looks like now it might actually be time to get to shooting. As they do know in a minute and 15 seconds, they'll have to continue moving their way down south. Lahim does go down. Bubble fight just inside of this building. Arcstar comes out. Don't think that they're going to be able to find any value off of the back of that. Ronin tries to get Lahim back onto their feet. Bastion and Lahim both down. The third follows as well. And QWQ
Infinite ammo.
will be able to pick up that team wipe. We had questioned if once the shots started firing, if teams like Wolves would start pulling in. But it looks like that's not the case. So they'll be able to enjoy the spoils of their fight. And they should be able to at least rotate on it down into this next zone, but they will have either Soul or Black Hole waiting for them. Meanwhile,
एसिडल पॉइंट्स
BCG
अभी ऊपर आएंगे
do
कुछ
sit down on this
22 थे ना
southeastern
शायद से
side. Still sitting on 0 points. Good news for them is
37
only way to go from here is up.
ऊपर ऊपर लिखा आता है
Inside the ring is
इस
found where
मैच
they're
में
going
अभी
to want to
नहीं
shut down and
आए।
open up shop.
थोड़ा
Do
गेम
their best
एक्सप्लेन करो
DMX
गेम
impression.
इज बैटल रॉयल
Currently sitting on triple
So
blues
it
though,
is
as they are
PUBG,
sending shots
but
across
very
the way up
fast
the Wolves
paced.
to do have the advantage in that
एंड
shields department.
सिस्टम में से पबजी से काफी अलग है बट बैटल रॉयल है ड्रॉप्स होती है टीम
Nino,
अपने
who
अपने
have had a
जगह पर
relatively
ड्रॉप
quiet
सबके
day,
फिक्स रहते हैं जोन
they
क्लोजिंग
also
होता रहता है जोन
Move
में
their way
भागना
up
पड़ता
towards
है
where BCG were sitting.
एंड ट्रियोज होते हैं इसमें बेसिकली टीम हर टीम में 3 प्लेयर्स होते हैं एंड देयर
Imo
इज नो
with the
फॉल
wide
डैमेज
swing will be able to keep Veneno on
और
the back foot
एबिलिटीज
here.
भी इन्वॉल्वड है एवरी लेजेंड मतलब लेजेंड इसका
That's a
कैरेक्टर है
bombardment
गेम
also.
का एवरी लेजेंड
Will
हैज
force them away. The
पैसिव
problem is the
एबिलिटी
direction
एंड
that they're
एक्टिव
rotating.
एबिलिटी सो सबके अलग अलग
There are a
एबिलिटीज
few
होते
squads that
हैं
are looking
रोल
their
होते हैं
direction.
सबके
This
क्या एक्सप्लेन किया मैं तो
southeastern side
शॉर्ट
of the
में बता
zone
रही हूँ
has gotten a little hectic. Especially as it does look like the ring will continue pulling this direction as well.
डिटेल
Havoc
में कैसे एक्सप्लेन
does
करूँ
have the high ground.
पबजी बोला मैंने क्योंकि इंडिया में सब
Unfortunately,
लोग
the
ज्यादा
direction they're
पबजी
looking, it's a
देखते
pair
हैं
of bubbles, so the
PUBG
fight
BGMI.
kind of isolated. Oh, walking L though. Didn't realize that they had Zoyo up on the high ground looking their direction. Black Hole going to be out in the 19 spot. Veneno, I think just inside of this ring where they're at currently.
सिस्टम तो वही है ना एंड में जो सरवाइव करेगा लास्ट तक वो चैंपियन होगा जैसे
So
उसमें
we'll have
चिकन
to work.
डिनर
I
होता
think they have another squad that is
Hi,
directly
Shiva.
to their west.
है हाईएस्ट रैंक क्या है इसमें प्रेडेटर
Team Orchid will be the next team to fall. They go out in the
Man, who is
16th
it?
position, which
Predator, I
does mean
think.
at this point, teams will at least start earning
Predator
those
होती है
points
क्या?
via position points.
भाई मैं तो प्लैट तक ही पहुंची थी
Wolves
यार
moving
ऊपर
on
के
in
रैंक
as the
ज्यादा देखे नहीं है
Mastiff
मैंने
proves that it still does have a bit of a bite to it. And a man in low
आप क्या
trying to
मैं
pull
फ्लैट
up
तक
and
पहुंची थी
find
फिर
the
मैंने
last
बंद कर
bit
दिया
of
था
this
खेलना
fight. Now we'll be able to get their team back up onto their feet as well.
मैं
Inside
सोलो
the
ही
ring
खेलती
will
रहती
be
थी
out.
पूरा दिन मैंने 1-1.5 महीना
Wolves
डेली
shouldn't have
खेला है
enough
फिर
space to
मैंने
be able
छोड़
to get
दिया
a
था
full
तो
reset.
1-1.5 महीने में
Meanwhile,
मैं
Goats.
प्लैट चली गई थी ब्रॉन्ज से
Krabby Patty in hand of OO, who I do believe still sitting towards the top of one of our top fraggers here in the lobby. Swing and a miss with the Crabber, but the Krabby Patty, the Kraber in hand. The good news though is you do have the unlimited ammo. As Veneno ends up going out in the 14th side. Oh, can you hit a shot for me, big dog?
थैंक्स नील
Wolves have been able to get back to a full 3. Last time we were sitting on board with them, there was just one player left standing. Team Ubi here. Currently in a fight with it looks like S8UL. Doom has fallen,
ऐसे
as
टूवर्ड
does Easy Flash, because it's
गई
Goat who says, let me third party
Oh,
this. I want some
no.
easy KP.
ये सब अश्वत्थामा
However,
की
OO
गलती
does
है
get taking some shots off in the distance. Will fall back, and that may be just enough to allow for the reset. There as well. Dog Red ended up falling out in the 11th position. And Wolves Esports sees Titan Esports Club
हैं हाँ आपके
looking to
मंदिर में
peek
ग्लिच
right up
था
around the corner. The problem is you also have Na in the vicinity. So this fight can't take too long. And Wolves, I mean, I don't know if you watched much
नेक्स्ट में जे
Star Wars
एडवांस से
growing
डर
up.
लग रहा है उसके लिए डरते नहीं है
Anakin
उसके
taught
लिए
me though,
पढ़ाई करी
not
जाती है
very good
स्ट्रीम
to
बंद
push into the
करके
high ground.
जीजी
So they're
थोड़ी
kind of in a
हुआ
tough spot playing
eliminated
from where they're at.
out of this game now 2 more games
Rain trying to find some shots with the triple take, and there it is. Wolves Esports officially going to be taken out in the 10th spot. And now where do Titan Esports Club shift their attention? They do have DCG as a trio right below them. I'm not sure if they have that information though. Does look like DCG gonna knock at the door of RRQ. Understandably so. This building kind of a power position where this zone is ending. So important that RRQ able to hold them off at the door. They do at least have the defensive composition
मोज़म्बिक यूज कर रहा है
to be
ये.
able to keep them at bay.
मुझे इसका वेपन का
Both the
करंट
Gibby
मेटा नहीं
bubble
पता.
and the Newcastle wall, DCG can respond with one of their own. The problem is, as they try and knock at the door of RRQ, they gotta worry about the third party pulling up. As that is just on the other side. Bubble comes out here from DCG as they've pushed their way into the building here for RRQ on this backside door. Roy looking to hit the bat and now gonna look to hit the med kit as well.
Heads up. Check out that way.
As DCG look for the full reset. Team Ubi out in the 9th position.
भाई RRQ का क्या सीन है?
Bombardment gonna come out and that kind of forces the squad inside of the building. But the Gibby bubble
ज़्यादा
will
ही
help keep
domination
them
नहीं हो रहा है अभी
protected.
इनका.
RRQ though will respond with a bubble in their own right, and that does mean their bubble
Bubble.
falls last. It's a chance they can have the advantage in this
चलने
fight,
भी
but
लगा
now it's a
दिए
third
भाई.
party to the third party that will pull up. That's kind of what happens at this point in the fight, especially in such a late game scenario as Goats has now shown their faces. Havoc sit on the high ground as well. On the other side, as those teams will be leaving outside of this building. Titan Esports Club will be out in the 7th position. QWQ on the low ground out here to the east. Bubble popped. Question is, what are you now going to do to be able to move on in? Bro, now that the Gibby has defensive bombardment, it can have 3 of them things, there's going to be way too many of them available in this end game scenario. Havoc looking to push into the low ground, into QWQ. 21 has the alternator in hand. Looks to peek over the edge. Isn't going to be able to find it. Quickly pushing back into the high ground and back behind their Newcastle wall as well. Portaling away, here is QWQ to try and find themselves to some safety. And now RRQ will be the last ones to leave this building. The good news is maybe that will allow for this lobby to thin itself out just a little bit more. It does look like RRQ and DCG are gonna have to take a fight before this building is completely
भाई
removed
क्या हो रहा है?
from the zone. Strafing
RRQ
flame looking for the
नहीं बचेगी
resets.
इधर तो.
He's gonna go
इधर
down.
तो-
Metro,
ना,
last
ना,
one
ना,
left
ना.
alive.
No way. अरे
Metro, if you can get strafing flame up,
way
because you
they
are on the slow
survived,
moving
bro.
side of the zone, maybe a chance to move back to a full 3, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get a full reset. Goat now going to look to push out here over towards Havoc, uses the bubble to be able to buy a little bit of space. It looks like Havoc could very well be the ones that are looking to
नहीं
walk
होगा.
away with a dub here.
Yep,
Metro
यही
still a
आएगी.
solo, will end up going out in 4th, but that's yet another top 5 for that squad.
mainly तो दो ही squads
QWQ
है.
out in 3rd, and Goat
इसमें
as a
बढ़िया.
trio left
Goat is the
alive.
champion,
They'll
huh?
be able to come out on
Thank you
top.
guys. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much.
Oh, Keiju and Freak, a team who I had mentioned finished 5th last time. These two lobbies played against one another.
मॉड के पास क्या
And were
बात
able
है?
to
मॉड
use 2
मॉड
huge
मेरे
games on
से
Olympus
टाइम
last
आउट
time
खाते हैं.
out. A
ए फिर
big
से आया
win
भालू.
here in map number 4.
Bhalu.
And count them up. 6, 12, add the 5, carry
बॉट
the 1.
नहीं था तुषार.
17 kills to go along with 12 KP, a 29-point game for Goat, which will put them up into the conversation of the top 5. Not just in the conversation, but currently on the podium. If it were to end now, 29 points for them, as we mentioned, the 17 kills. Havoc with the 16 points in 2nd, QWQ in 3rd with 13. Another double-digit game for RRQ with 12 points, and DCG rounding out the top 5. Big game for BCG despite going out in the bottom 10 with 7 points worth noting, but they need more points than that if they're going to want to be able to still keep themselves in the conversation. We'll look at our top kill getters here through 4 games, and we're already up to double digits for everyone. Pricey could very well get the 20-piece nugget here in game number 5, already sitting at 18. Metro sitting on 15. OO, Hinson, and Keiju rounding out the top 5 as far as kills. We'll go ahead and
Mantra
take a quick
change
look at our
time.
damage getters as well.
Bro, 3 लोग की power
Metro at
fail है.
85. Creeping up towards that 8,000 as well.
3 into 0 is equals to 0.
We even have a DCG player, Shao, in the conversation here as well.
आओ
It
guys.
does mean we're 2/3 of the way.
आज का word होगा word.
Here, chat, we gotta figure out who's gonna be on
Letter.
for game number 5.
Blue.
Is indeed going
Animal.
Gibby.
Food. वाह, जिस दिन मैं food choose नहीं करती हमेशा green होता है. दिक्कत है ये game को मेरे से.
And a reminder, we
Eat.
also have Valkyrie
Eat brain.
off the board for game number 3. So
Tamma.
Maggie, no Valkyrie, no Gibby, and no Peripto
Fruit.
for game number
Fruit.
5.
Veggie table.
Still feel like we'll still be
Veggie table नहीं है.
new
Susukumbar.
bring a little bit more of my stinky boy Caustic into the forefront.
Bumper bola.
A few more Watsons as well. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on
Hey.
positions moving forward. But 4 maps down,
Apple.
different winners.
Eat.
Apparently, map or day number 5
Eat.
is just the days of teams fragging out. We have a 20
Eat.
kill win, an 18 kill
Energy.
win, and a 17 kill win. And then Havoc
Tagmag dola. Yeah.
still picking up a win, which is huge.
Bread.
Team where it's like
अबे bread.
or the
और के
and it's like the 4 people all
burger.
involved here, and then there's the
burger. burger. अबे bread 8 पे है. कप के
Anyways, it's still a win. Gotta give
bread. Bread.
There's a 4
Bread jam.
2 more to go.
Omelette.
Those last 2 are going to be over here on Olympus. Chat, we've got ourselves a pretty good spot as far as the overall leaderboard.
Butter.
I mean, it's getting pretty thick. at the
Toast.
top. Every
Sourdough.
truly going to be mattering down the home
Toast.
stretch here. We were worried that with RRQ popping off the way that they did,
Sandwich.
number 1, but you know,
Sandwich.
they were
Food
able to
पे.
hit top 5 pretty consistently.
Hamburger.
Quite a few KP, but
Subway.
because just about everybody that's been winning has been getting huge KP games.
Toaster.
And other consistent faces as well, so that race
Grill.
in the top 5 still going to
Cheese.
be quite interesting for sure. 2/3 of the way through the day,
Hot dog.
and oh man, has it been quite a bit of fun. By the way, if it's your first time through,
Chips.
you haven't already done
Dip.
it, make sure you hit that follow button down below if you're watching on
Mayonnaise.
on YouTube. Turn on those notifications.
Croissant.
Each and every week for ALGS action, as well as some more ALGS or some more APAC South action as well. But before we drop in for
Pastry. Pastry की spelling क्या होती है?
at the drop spots one more time. It's the southern zone there as far as
Cheesecake. 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 Cheesecake.
down towards Bonsai. Didn't see Aram able to get as much as you would hope
Breakfast.
down there, but you can understand why.
Loaf. Loaf is a good one. नहीं.
Off with some big games.
Oats.
You can also understand why
Bagel. Bagel. नहीं यार ये सब नहीं खाती मैं कैसे कैसे करूँ?
couldn't hold on for the duration.
No.
Countdown on my side here, chat. Looks like we'll be heading off to that server here in just one moment. For some of these teams, at
शुरू हो
the
गया क्या?
conclusion of today,
शुरू हो रहा है.
they will only have 2 more match days left.
इसके बाद तो तुम लोग कह रहे हो सीधा
That's
मे
going
में
to
है
be
ना
important.
मैचेस?
For those teams to really try and be able to set a pretty good like bar to hit as far as for those teams that are sitting behind them in the overall standings, right? For teams that are really wanting to keep themselves in the hunt as far as for those land spots. The teams that aren't going to be out in that B versus C lobby next week. Teams of the likes of an ARAM, who we were just talking about, Titan Esports Club, BCG. Gotta have a big game or two here in games 5 or 6 to be able to put yourself back in the mix. Wolves have had a somewhat quiet day as they are landing over on that Oasis side. Maybe if we happen to get a western side zone, maybe we can see them pop off with a good one. But I don't know, chat. Something in the back of my mind and my heart of hearts is telling me we're still due for a zone or two up in that northeastern side of Olympus. But hey, you know what? I think since map number 1 on Olympus, map number 4 on the day went so good, how about we go ahead and do it again?
May
Let's drop on in one more
23rd
time.
एक
It's map number
महीना
5 this time around. For some of these teams in the back half,
वालों की स्ट्रीम
of our
होगी
lobby.
यार वालों
those teams in
आज
those
मन तो नहीं था
I
वैसे
say 8th through 15th position, if you still want to have a legitimate shot of being able to have a
हाँ
chance
इसके
at the
बाद खेल
podium,
सकते हैं
it's got to be here now. Because teams like RRQ and GOAT, they're already pretty solidified up towards the top. But when you look towards teams like Dogred, Wolves, PXX, even DCG, nah.
फ्रैगमेंट आज
Still
नहीं
make a
यार
case
आज
for,
नहीं
I don't
not
know, maybe
today
top 5.
not today
But it would have to be 2 solid games. And I promise I didn't have the script when I was talking about Wolves off at Oasis, but it does indeed look like we could be off to the Oasis, 'cause I got friends. Yeah, up to that northwestern side of the zone. Does mean teams who have had a quieter day that are looking for that turnaround, teams like PXX, teams like
फ्रैगमेंट बोल रहे
QWQ,
हो
teams like even a Titan Esports down at just 9 points, because of the fact that we've seen teams who have been winning, popping off with 20, 25, 30 points. You can duplicate that. Well, there's a chance you can put yourself up in the conversation. So, while I know there's still a few teams that sit up at the top kind of away from everyone else,
हाँ संजय
it does
पूछूंगी
feel like it's RRQ's lobby to lose
Mac
for
को
sure. But for other teams wanting to place within the
3
podium,
hate
I
you
think there
तो
are plenty
खत्म
of
हो
teams that are
गया
still within arm's reach for sure. Black Hole taking their time as far as on their landing. However, hold on a second. Trident pulls
Lol.
up and through. But I don't think there's any reason to invest too much time there. I think just going to be okay with continuing to dig in, loot. Make sure you're looted and booted. It's time to hit the ground running. Meanwhile, you do have teams that are already on the move. I mean, shoot, Soul landed over at Power Grid. And they're already starting to rotate
थिंकिंग
their
की
way
एंड
out
में
over.
आज एक स्क्रिबल खेलते हैं
They wasted no time. Longbow in the hand of Jesco. Some pop shots getting sent across the way. And hey, yo, hitting a couple of them things as well.
वर्जन स्ट्रीम भी ठीक है दोनों खेल लेंगे मुझे याद दिला देना मैं भूल जाऊंगी
BCG have the Trident, and they will start making their way up north. Again, BCG, 7 points in
कोड
game
नेम्स
number
इज टफ
4.
उसके लिए
Game number 4.
डिस्कॉर्ड आना पड़ेगा
But
सबको
unfortunately, when you add 0 to
एंड
the
पहले
first
मैंने
3,
किया है मेंबर्स लोग ना बात ही
you
नहीं
gotta move
करते
with a
थे
different sense of
मैं पहले
urgency.
बहुत करती थी कोड नेम्स एंड
Here in games
अमंग अस
5 and
मेंबर्स के
6.
साथ वो लोग बात ही नहीं करते थे तो फिर बोरिंग हो जाता
Definitely
था
understand teams still wanting to
क्योंकि
use the
वो
Trident.
दोनों
but the
गेम्स
Trident's
ऐसे है ना
not
कि
gonna
उसमें
have
बात करना
nearly as
जरूरी है
much value now that we do have the Gibby off the board. Don't have the ability to drop the bubble on that thing and have that extra protection.
आज तो स्क्रिबल और वर्ड्स ऑन स्ट्रीम
I
करेंगे.
think BCG going to be more working about rotating around, getting information,
If
upgrading those Evos.
देखते हैं मेंबर्स ज़्यादा एक्टिव है और गेम्स खेलना पसंद करते हैं तो अपन फिर से शुरू कर सकते हैं. बट लाइक ट्वाइस अ मंथ ऐसा कुछ. बट वो प्लान करके करेंगे ऐसे रैंडमली नहीं.
ARAM in a tough spot. ARAM's also been relatively quiet here today. And I know that we had seen a little slower of a game compared to Olympus play in that game number 4. But I can't help but wonder if the pace is going to start picking up. They generally do down the home stretches, teams in the back of the half of the lobbies wanting to make a play. Teams like Na, who really need some big KP games. Fortunately, though, as far as for Orchid, A-Flow falls down, which means most of the last one left alive, and Team Orchid gonna be taken out. Wolves already over here looking to be able to get themselves reset after that little bit of an engagement.
Yeah, these
I need a laser sight.
ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है कनिष्क, बट वो
But
पर्क्स
surely
होते
here is where we
हैं
think you see
मेंबर्स के.
things now that we've gotten players rotated through,
कुछ तो पर्क्स रहेंगे ना.
where it slows down for about a ring and a half or so. A lot of our players have the information that they were looking for.
Best they are at range.
We had mentioned for teams like PXX,
Hemlock.
Let's go over there.
Got company
you have to have a big game here in game number 5. A little slower on their rotate. Like, while they are inside of the zone for now,
This direction.
they still will be one of the later
Once
ones when
our
it comes to moving
Posey
out
fifth
further
हो
west.
गया है.
So I think will be
आज
important
का.
for them to try and make
आज
sure
का
they're
खा रहे
picking
हैं ना
up
ये.
some KP to balance for what will probably be a little bit of an earlier exit. And when I say a little bit of an earlier exit, I mean just anticipating it's going to be really tough getting into that top 5, right?
भाई गाड़ी में घूम रहे लोग तो मस्त.
DCG, they have their trident
Hey.
that is smoking. So they won't be able to use it too much longer to be able to rotate around
फटने
the
वाली
outside
है.
of this zone, but they have been able to at least make their way
Last no,
towards
this is second
Turbine.
last.
The problem is they've got Rendang here, and I thought Rendang had landed the stick on that. Just imagine if they would have.
क्या खेलना है क्या तुम लोग को आज भी?
Hostile spotted.
But for now, things do continue to stay calm. The 6 players eliminated are the 2 squads that have been fully wiped.
इंसान गैस बोल रहा है.
Thermite grenade.
Danino will have information. They do know that there's another squad here at Fight Night.
Enemy out there.
I believe that's both TYK, he was here, as well as Dog Red. So this could very well quickly become a 3-team sort of engagement out on this side. As things do officially get popping off, Razi, the Peacekeeper in hand,
Target spotted here.
send the Arc Star, but I don't know if that's going to get anything. Instead, just retreat back up into the high ground, up the stairs to their teammate. Trying to see if they can find themselves an alternate angle.
Got a fool over there.
I think all 3 of the teams that are over here realize that there is a 3rd squad. Part of the reason that you're not seeing anyone overextending to find that first knock. But it is definitely intriguing because I think this should continue pulling a little bit more off towards their east at least. So they'll need to move eventually, but they're good for now. Meanwhile, over on this southeastern side of the zone, you do have Bear Claw Gaming looking off in the direction of DCG. These two, I feel like they have been fighting quite a bit today. We did mention Bear Claw Gaming was going to need to have a good Olympus. They got 7 points the first map. Looking to see what they can do here in map number 5, the second run back here on it.
Aye.
Maybe I was wrong about the pull. It does actually look like more pulling back into this direction. I'm guessing is this the one that pulls? Yeah, to just the north side of Fight Night, which means PXX.
गर्मी तो
I mean,
बहुत
honestly,
है.
solid spot for them. It puts you in a spot where if they can control kind of up by that wall and over by the bridge and sustain. We mentioned they were a team that could still very well put themselves in the conversation depending on how
शर्म
game
आती
number
है
5
कपिल?
goes.
इधर कितना है 41. शर्म आती है कपिल? बैन दो इसको इसी
Meanwhile,
बात
for
पे.
Dog Red, I think they've had some shots, yeah. Getting sent their way by Goat here. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Gob gaps. Holy cow, just gets absolutely decimated. And now Kilo and Fafa Fief have to retreat. Do have the Moby, that's the good news for them.
March towards this spot.
The bad news for them is if DCG sees that while they're up in the sky, they're going to jump on this immediately. And they have. They've called it out perfectly. However, not going to drop on it. I like this idea though, right? No need to take a fight that's still so far outside the zone. Instead, prioritize the rotation. DCG is in that 10th spot currently, so while not a favorable point for those overall points, you're still within striking distance again with 2 decent games here. For PXX, they're going to try and keep everybody to their south at bay. Anticipate that this thing's going to continue pulling off into your direction. Inside the ring will be out in the 18th spot. We still have a couple of squads that are outside of the zone as Zone 3 just about continued wrapping up here. Oh, and Goat continuing to try and get back to their fragging ways. Unfortunately, though, kind of caught in a rock and a hard place. Like they were taking the fight with BCG. Which BCG here trying to make a miracle happen. Oh, Limo goes down, Walking L down as well. And now Bear Claw Gaming are going to have to rely on an absolute nuke
Yes,
in game
Tyler.
number 6.
अभी मेरे दिमाग में वही चल रहा है कब से जब से चैट में बोला किसी ने.
Just to get a respectable match point day result. Brendan goes out in 15th, and now is where our
सब
four
back to
teams
back
are
elimination है.
going to really start eliminating one another here. You're starting to run out of real estate to be had as this
अरे
4th zone gets shown.
इसकी
Henson
गन.
lets the Sheila sing.
She.
Unfortunately, though, as they step to the other side of that mobile
Bro,
shield,
that was
they
funny.
just get absolutely put down. QWQ will also be joining them in the lobby. Titan Esports Club will now enjoy the reaps of their spoils.
How about we
साला हो गया.
21 got the Havoc in hand, looking for a heady. Not gonna be able to grab it there, as it does actually look like overseeing a fight. Oh, that Krabby Patty's looking for something, man. They're overlooking Ubi, Selenbu, and DCG, but it looks like DCG pulled away from that, so. Meanwhile, on this middle portion of the zone, Black
इसके बाद एक
Hole
और है. Yes. ठंडी लग रही है यार अब
relay
मुझे
down the
पहले.
Newcastle wall, reestablish their cover. Might as well, it's available, right? It's kind of tucked away, and plus, since they're shooting above them, they might get lucky enough that someone drops down and gives them free kills, but I think for now, we'll just kind of sit out where they're chilling. BCG will look across the way. A-Flow already down. But can you chase that final
मुझे
player?
लगा मेरा
That's the
नेट गया
question.
फिर से
It
भाई
doesn't
ना
seem so.
AC ऑन
DCG
करो
actually
ठंडी वरना
able to
गर्मी
stay on their feet. You get the pylon in, which should be able to allow you to be able to get a reset. And Ubi Selimbu will be taking out that 12th spot, by the way. Here's Black Hole. Will be falling back. Wanting to make sure that they can play it safe. No sense on giving away a stupid knock, right? Like, yeah, obviously picking up the extra KP there would have been nice, but just about reached that point where placement points start really holding a lot more weight. Oh, no. Not like this. Black Hole's not going to be able to get a reset. Team RRQ looking to pull on up. Strafing Flame. In the Newcastle. Be able to get the reset. Oh, no. But then Strafing Flame eventually goes down. Pricey, last one left alive. And with a player on their 6, RRQ will go out. XD unable to hit the shots here with the RE45. Has to find a way to get safely back with the rest of their squad. Now find themselves in a tough spot. Honestly, I really like Soul's positioning on this side of the
सोल
and use this little crevice to be able to
कुछ
play
लोग
the
सोल ही
natural cover.
बोलते हैं
I think both the teams that are on their side are damn it, like clean things up. How about Low with the absolutely cleaning up? That's one, make it 2. Oh, I thought it was going to be 3. Unlimited Kraber shots, though, make you feel comfortable. Just sending shots off in the opposite direction. Havoc lands right in front of Wolves Esports. And that is an unfortunate spot to try and evac into. And those are big ticks that continue to come across from Low as he just continues to pop and then ping. Another 128 there, ARAM at the risk of falling on the southeastern side. Go after, trying to see if they can pick up their teammates. But it is going to be unsuccessful. Here's Veneno. Trying to play a ring around the rosy through the portals. Spade's the last one left alive for Veneno.
the
Can you stay alive
chaos
though is
man
the question. No, Veneno out in the 5th spot.
अरे यार
You've got Wolves, PXX, TYK, and S8UL. And it feels like they're kind of split in 4 corners of this map.
no
Looks like S8UL could very well be looking to open things up with PXX over on this northern side of the zone.
ये क्या हुआ बीच में अटक क्यों जाता है ये
Again, the calm before the storm. The final ring starting to close. Who's going to be able to come out in game number 5 as it's Low who sprays across the way with the R99. Is able to break a shield, but is not able to find the kill. Crazy Kong does fall. Low trying to keep themselves alive. That's a no-scope, my goodness. And I almost thought he was going to find a second. But now it's going to be all left to win here for Wolves Esports. And this could be huge. If you can clean up this fight quickly for TYK, you're still left as a full 3.
Third party,
Meanwhile, on
third
the other
party.
side of this storm, you've got PXX
Bro,
and S8UL starting
वो
to take a
दोनों लड़ रहे
fight.
हैं।
TYK should be able to move in.
Just
Oh, I thought
सही
he had
time
the
पे
third
third
party,
party
but that's
करना
not
है
gonna be the case. S8UL did not overextend. Now it's
नहीं किया
S8UL
उन्होंने
who's
अब
trying
तो
to be able to
3v3 है
reset. but do they have enough time? That's the question, as now TYK, the young trio, looking to make some noise here in match day number 5.
No.
SAUL, though, they are the
मुश्किल लग रहा है.
experienced trio. They are one of the big dogs here in APAC South for a reason. Legacy going to fall. Sharky gonna try and stick the revive. Not going to be able to, though. And it's a clean wipe from TYK. That's some spicy soup, baby, as they move up into the 10th spot and put themselves into the conversation going into game number 6.
Bro, they had more space to play. अपनी टीम एक कोने में फंस गई. But maybe chance ज़्यादा रहता अगर third party करते तो.
We talked about how there were teams who needed to try to make a move.
Yeah.
And while I don't think I necessarily said TYK,
YT issue है ये तो Twitch है. Twitch पे देख लो.
You add 10 KP to go along with the 12 placement points, a 22-point game. Gonna be good enough to move TYK, the young Thai squad. I believe it's up in a 10th for the day. So a shot at the podium still sure if they can potentially duplicate that same level of success heading into the last iteration of Olympus, but they still definitely have quite a challenge ahead of them. Well, and look as far as how the rest of the lobby, though, did end up panning out here in just a moment. 22 points from TYK. SAUL in second with 10, only being able to pick up 1 KP. Did mention Zone gifted to PXX, able to capitalize on it. 15 points in the third place. Wolves with 15 points in the fourth place, who also needed a decent game. And Veneno rounding out the top 5 with 4 and 4 for a total of 8. Game number 5 now done and dusted. I guess let's go ahead and take a look at some of our top performers thus far on the day. We were wondering if Pricey was going to be able to find the 20-piece nugget. Well, now you are down to your last game to get it. Only needs 1. Imagine if Metro finds 4, Pricey finds 1, and RRQ walks away with 2 players with 20 kills in the day. That would be pretty impressive. Not sure if that's something that's happened during a 6-game series in the past. Keiju, Low, and OO rounding out the top 5 as far as our top kills. We'll go ahead and take a quick look as far as our top damage getters here in lobbies A versus C. As it is, unsurprisingly, Metro and Pricey sitting at the top. OO, Low, and Jesco rounding out the top 5 in damage. And while we were wondering with some players getting off to a hot start in damage, especially looking at the RRQ boys, does look like still that mark to try and hit at the end of the day when everything all said and done is going to be that 10K mark. Metro getting pretty close, Pricey close as well. Those are going to be our top fraggers as far as for now. Let's look and see who's going to be taken off the board for our final map. And it will indeed be the Newcastle with 16 picks. Really changes up the compositions as where games 4 and 5 felt really defensive. And I guess still you can have some defensive builds.
This game so chaotic यहाँ पे अब मैं थोड़ा सा thumbnail change कर रही थी.
A decent amount of in game number 5. Again, seeing Alter close to being banned in map 1, making it all the way through to
एक ही game बचा है अब तो.
number 6. We'll take them off the board, and that's your legend pool that will be on the board heading into our final map of the day. It will be Olympus for map number 6. We should be going back there here in just a moment or two. So I guess before we do, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and see how things are sitting here heading into our last map of the day. It is still RRQ who sits up on top with 71 points. And as long as they don't bluster out and GOAT pops off, it feels like they should be good in that number 1 spot. We had mentioned for them, they really need to continue carrying over that momentum from last week, and they have been able to do so. GOAT, SAUL, Ubi, and Havoc rounding out the top 5. We had said how teams like PXX, if they had a big game in that game number 5, put themselves in the conversation. Look at that, currently in 7th. It is going to be a challenge for them to move up into the top 5 just because we have seen a majority of our winners popping off for big point games, and almost all of them do sit up in that top
ये
five.
बात वालू
Like
होगा
S8UL,
मतलब
or sorry,
खेलना तो है
RRQ,
मुझे
Goats, Ubi have all won games with some big points. So PXX will need some help.
पहले वाटसन बहुत जल्दी बैन हो जाती थी चेंज होता रहता है वो तो
Moving up into the top 10 from where they were sitting before this.
वाटसन
Again, a team that really popped off last time.
वैसे
we did
काफी
see
पिक
them
होती है
out, in the field. They won their last pro day. I feel like even having a top 7 here, as long as they can hold on to that, will have them.
भाई
feeling
मेरा
pretty
डिस्कॉर्ड
good,
मुझे
especially
कोड
because
ही
they
नहीं
do only
भेज
have
रहा
2 match days played.
इडियट
And
भेजना
they are
कोड
already
नहीं
in
यार
that conversation for land, currently sitting in 9th. So PXX just kind of has to continue doing what they're doing. When we look towards the back end, though, we talked about teams like Dog Red, DCG, potentially still being able to keep themselves in the conversation with a big day today. Sitting down at 23 points will need to pop off a little bit, but hey, you know, you get yourself a top 3, you know, 7 to 10 KP. All of a sudden, we're talking about you being up in that top 7 or 8 teams as well. So, still some chances for our leaderboard to shift around a bit, but I do think it is important to really, really give credit where credit is due to RRQ, who currently sit at the top. Again, you started your season with a 0-point day. They've only gotten better. And if this is their ceiling, while RRQ won't be out next week, watch out after that. Meanwhile, we do still have a chance to have 6 unique game winners as we do get ready to enter into game number 6. As you can see on the board, we were just talking about how a majority of our winners on the day have been able to pop off with those big games. 4 of our 5 winners, double-digit KP. And while Havoc wasn't necessarily able to get a big win, they've been pretty consistent off of the back of that win.
EWC देखते हैं यार अभी क्या पता
As well.
आओ तब तक ये करे
Making our way into this next
Fresh.
with a full 60, or if we're gonna have to get a reset.
okay we have E
But sometimes when we do go off to map number 6 chat, we do see the pace.
क्या आज ग्रुप गेम्स है नहीं यार नहीं है नहीं है नहीं है नहीं है नो ग्रुप
Overall
गेम्स
scoreboard, there are some teams that can put themselves in a conversation with a relatively strong game. So don't be surprised if we see a little bit more heavy fighting in the early part of this game. But I think because of that, we'll probably also see things slow it down a little bit towards the middle. I've been really, again, enjoying seeing the discipline of the region getting better year over year. And I know even in the past, we have vocalized concerns about maybe even going to an Olympus and seeing that fall off a bit. And it hasn't been the case. I've really been enjoying seeing these end games. So let's go ahead and take to the sky.
what
No, we're not taking the sky.
ये कैसा वर्ड है
We have a match restart. We have a DC. So how about this? While we get everything all rocking and ready to roll in the background for this map number 6 chat, there's a lot on the line for map number 6. I want to make sure you guys
What?
miss none of it. So how about we take ourselves a quick little break? Gives you a chance to grab yourself a schnickety
What?
snack, grab yourself a drink. Make sure you guys are staying hydrated. It's one more map to figure out who is going to be finishing where on match day number 6. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll take ourselves a quick little break. We'll be back with match 6 right after this.
woman
Charged and ready.
Quit farting about, would you?
ooh I think it's A and D
Can't catch what you can't see. Enemy drone here.
road actually okay it's T only A and T है मेरे हिसाब से तो No, you cannot repeat the letters. I am trying to think of a word जिसमें ए अगर स्टार्टिंग में होगा, नो, या तो ए लास्ट में हो. आर है या ए? आई थिंक इट्स ए. I think it's A. I'm sticking with A for now. A lot? No, I want T to be somewhere else. ये होता है क्या? नहीं, इसमें डबल डबल टी होता है ना. यप. डेट. ए का पोजीशन चेंज चाहिए. टास्क ए का पोजीशन चेंज चाहिए. Maybe it's R. What if it's R? रुको. ये करके देखो एक बार, क्लियर हो जाएगा. No, not A.
Alright, getting ready to jump on in for map number 6 here. We appreciate your guys' patience here, chat. It's been a banger of a day thus far. I mean, RR definitely sitting at the top. And while there is a little bit of a gap,
Baby, running down to the riptide, taking away through the dark side. I wanna be
I
you.
would even argue that there are a couple
I think T सही जगह पर है.
Q depending on when RRQ fall out here. So it is important for that trio of Metro, Pricey, and Strafing Flame. Even if you don't necessarily find a bunch of KP, just staying alive here is going to be huge value on this last game of Olympus.
ER.
Looking at POI points.
If T सही जगह पर है, ER को मैं एक्सचेंज कर दूँ. ETR थोड़ी कुछ होता है.
Before we head into
नहीं.
map number 6 here in just a moment, because we were talking about that
साइट नो गाइस, साइट कैसे?
goat.
आर सही जगह पर नहीं है अगर आर है भी लेटर तो, क्योंकि फर्स्ट सेकंड में भी देखो आर कहाँ है.
Room for some movement on the scoreboard, especially depending on who goes out early. We
अभी मुझे लग रहा है ए की जगह
there's the
आर और टी सही था.
those teams from
ठीक है, तो आर मे बी आर
who want to try and
टी
turn up the heat for
ऐसे होगा.
maybe cause
आर टी
those teams who are just simply wanting to play
और ई आर टी तो कुछ नहीं होता यार.
out of mind. Does look like
ये कुछ थोड़ी होता है. What the fuck?
the server here though, chat.
टी सही नहीं है, मतलब ई सही है फिर.
Ready to take to the
फिर
sky.
ई सही है.
Who you guys think is going to
आर
be out on
सेकंड
top?
पे है.
RRQ who's going to
टी
be
आर.
or is it someone else
ई रिपीट नहीं होगा, ई लास्ट में है.
in the chat?
ट्रू.
We're in game number 6. I'm looking at our
ट्रू के अलावा तो कुछ आ नहीं रहा दिमाग में.
sorts of altar. Altar
ट्रू
might have made it this
लॉक इन कर देते हैं.
if we had another
क्या बात है भाई, आज
taken off the
आज आज 4 में ही कर दिया
at this point. So let's go ahead and get ready for it.
भाई, आज 4 में ही कर दिया.
20 teams. Let's take to the skies here, baby, for game number 6. One time.
हम थर्ड है.
For the one time.
लास्ट है. रुको रुको, ये खेल लेती हूँ मैं फटफट. ओके.
A lot of these zones.
कहाँ जाना है?
One up towards the northeast. Sorry, northwest.
अरे कोई आइलैंड है आई थिंक.
Only time will tell.
सब
At this
येलो
point,
है.
it looks like a more northern-ish zone, as you can see from the circle, even just in that left-hand corner of your screen up the left. And yeah, while not much different, it does look
वहाँ
like
पर
we're
और क्या
close
है?
to the Oasis. And for a team like Wolves,
हम्म,
who usually have been known to be prowling amongst the top of the leaderboard,
लेफ्ट में ही है ये. इधर
week last week,
उधर क्या है? फीजी तो कर दिया मैंने.
here today had a decent game 5. Pop off again here in game number 6. There's still a chance for you to be able to push
कोई आइलैंड है गाइस.
stay as high as second second.
ये इधर क्या होता है?
You're chasing down RRQ, let's be honest. But from where you're at 37 points, yeah, I think anywhere upwards of seconds is still definitely very, very viable. But of course, the important thing is going to be staying alive. Wolves will, of course, start to get
नहीं.
understanding that it's
फिलिप क्या है?
more and more teams
अच्छा फिलीपींस.
their way on down in here.
वहाँ गेम शुरू हो गया.
Esports Club sending some warning shots across the way. I do believe that was off in the direction of team Ubi Salembu.
ये वाले आइलैंड्स है आई थिंक. PNG से 315.
Time. The problem is right now Titan Esports Club
एक सेकंड, PNG से 315 तो इधर है, मतलब इधर क्या आइलैंड्स है?
the other one though was Wolves and
Oh, it's Solomon. Never mind.
so Titan Esports Club not going to get real estate in either building.
भाई अभी से
And we'll
कौन
just have to
लड़ाई
stay
कर रहा
alive
है?
for now. We had mentioned Havoc. They had won game number 2.
That way. Come on.
And while they are technically our one team that didn't win a game with double-digit points, they've been relatively consistent. So they are also within that top 5 here currently. Have the information, and they will like to make their way over towards the Oasis. Mentioned for RRQ, with the gap that they have between them and second place, staying alive is the simple task. That's really not so simple.
Baby,
And with this being a zone that is
run
moving
down
up
to
towards
the
Oasis,
side.
and the fact that they did
To
land
the
down at
dark
Icarus,
side, I wanna
they'll
be
have a bit of a ways to go.
Tango near me.
Here's BCG.
अच्छा, तब मैं खुद से कर रही थी. तो
Mentioned
नहीं
that they
देखा
could very
होगा.
well be looking to up the tempo here in game number 6. They found a lone straggler off as Song Yu will officially be taken out. The overhead view here down on the southern side as RRQ does continue moving on in. We're going to rotate more back towards solar array before moving on in. I'm not sure which direction they want to go. They know that they do have a team in front of them. Feel Pricey's like, hey, hold on, I'm not in the whip. There you go. Now with all 3 on board, at least you do have the trident, so that will allow for them to rotate quick. And the problem though is you've already got so many players who have already rotated over towards Oasis. I'm not sure. What kind of real estate or what kind of space they're going to be able to find. Easy flash. Last one left alive here for Ubi Selembu. Good news is you do have the banner, so if you can find a place to get the respawn in, you can. I don't know if they're going to have any space. Here's Titan Esports Club. They're on the hunt. Or shall I say being hunted, Zhao Lin. Solo dolo here.
Hold on. Let me help you. We got company, people.
Jackie Chan.
I believe that is PXX that is looking their direction. They've been able to pick up 1.
My marker.
The Titan Esports Club has been able to get back to their feet for the 2. So that's at least the good news for them for now. Question is how long can they stay on their feet though? Looks like they're getting pushed yet
भाई
again.
मस्त
Xiao Lin
early fights हो रही है भाई इसमें.
fall back. Yeah, it looks like PXX smells blood in the water. Jackie Chan, 174. They know where he's at. Arcstars get sent out. And closing on in. We'll be cleaning things up for Titan Esports Club. Meanwhile, we look towards the States. And here's
भाई सब
Na.
लोग लड़ रहे हैं, सब लड़ रहे हैं.
Looking to make a move. Tasting blood. Steps right on through the altar portal. But gets put down. And now it's normal. This is the last one left alive.
Hold tight. I got your back.
I think there's a third party that could be potentially looking to pull up here. You gotta finish things up quick here if you're Nah. There's Ubi. Selambu also right off in the way.
भाई
Marvel, RE45
भाई
in
मस्त
hand.
खेल रहा है भाई
Let her
ये।
rip.
Damn.
Dog Red will officially be taken out, and hearing those shots coming in, decides to
Yeah.
tuck tail and run, does normal, because here is Team Ubi Selambu. Pulls on up. Defensive bombardment should keep them at bay, though, so maybe enough
किस
time
नाम है
for
टीम का?
normal to
Ubi
be able to get
Selambu?
off and find a place of safety. The problem, though, I don't know if Team Ubi Selambu is going to give you time to get your teammates' banners, so I am not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be for normal here. It looks like running's the first thing, is easy flash.
ये तो chase down कर रहे हैं।
Will be on the hunt, Prowler in hand.
वो भागे जा रहा है। पड़ी
Normal does have the ability to turn
गया,
this
अब
thing
नहीं
around.
बचेगा, अब तो गया, अब तो गया।
Unfortunately, though, is outmanned in a 1v3, and Nah officially done on the day. And you can definitely tell the change in the approach from RRQ, can't you? I feel like all day we've been seeing them rotate early, get to zone, play their spots. They know they just simply need to stay alive. They're the only team that is currently rotating inside the zone. Meanwhile, Veneno, I believe, was taking shots from DCG, but is able to make their way back to some safety. Will push the issue once more, though. You are inside a zone, so you don't necessarily need to take this fight. Now would be the time to take it, though. If you are Veneno, you can probably anticipate at least a team rotating in from Fight Night, although it would be a late rotate on in, but they would be right in that case. It would be Orchid, but Orchid still has the potential of rotating down through Turbine instead of their direction, so they could very well be isolated in that 3v3 for a while.
Interesting legend choice.
Meanwhile, S8UL and Black Hole stand on either sides here. Not smack dead middle of the ring, but darn close to it. So you don't necessarily need to force this engagement.
How
But I'm
does
pretty
this
sure Soul
game
knows
work?
that there's
It works
nobody
on
around them for
PC.
now. That won't necessarily be the case here in a couple of minutes. The big bin here. See what they get. What's in the
अब
box?
तो बैठ ही गए वो, fight ही नहीं कर रहे।
G7 Scout loaded and kitted.
It works after
R99
installing.
as
Yeah, you
well.
have to first
Surely gonna
install
tag
it
the
from
Henny.
Steam
See if anyone comes
and
over to
then
grab
run
it.
it. It will work.
All sorts of spoils for this squad for now.
वालो होगा बताओ तुम लोग वालो
Look to continue rotating their way in from the southern side of the zone.
कौन सी आईडी पे खेलूं वालो मेरी आवाज क्यों गायब होती
Back
रहती है
on board here with
आजकल
S8UL and Black Hole, and Black
थोड़ा
Hole
मुझे
get
ना चिल्लाना बंद
absolutely
करना पड़ेगा।
eliminated. That thing wasn't even close. I don't think
Pachi
anyone even broke the shields of S8UL. But now a third party pulls up. And now S8UL in some trouble
Oh
as
my
it's
God,
Rendang who have come to
no!
play.
भागो फंस गए भाई नहीं
Does the
होगा
Arc Star in, looking to spray on in, but Bastion gets caught out.
Nah,
Can't make the
bro.
drop either. Was trying to play safe, but can't.
Nah.
Bastion back on the feet though. Oh, Bastion quickly gets put back onto the ground. It could look like
Are they-
this is where the fight turns around, or at least there's a new fighter who inserts to the stage as it's inside the ring with the third party. Team trying to stay alive. Be able to at least recover the banner. A Tokyo drift.
No.
Uses the the Trident to be able to find themselves a little bit of
एपेक्स
safety
मोबाइल
here.
तो कब का बंद हो गया था?
It'll be up to Lahim to try and find themselves a full reset. And we do see Ubi Selimbu officially out in that 13th spot. And I don't think Rendang's going to be able to stay alive on this. It looks like they're about to be pushed as it's Bear Claw Gaming,
मारो इसको जाके मार
who
दो.
have also
He's
shown up.
running. He's
And they
running.
want to be able to feast a little bit as well. Lahim goes down, and it's all going to be left to Bastions. Bastions does have S8UL still. Here on the other side.
It
S8UL
was
does
anyway
seem
not
to be a little bit more
optimized.
worried
BG
about
भी
the
बहुत
trio,
था.
though, and for good reason, as Bear Claw Gaming is still in the area.
बहुत लोग को पसंद आया था. Personally मुझे नहीं पसंद आया था.
You need to make a push out here soon if you're S8UL, because where you're at is technically not in the zone. Bastions will continue to try and place out of sight and out of mind as well. And Orchid, they've got themselves a pretty good spot as far as where the zone
You
is
liked
heading.
it very much.
Honestly, on the overhead
don't know,
map,
I
man,
did
this
not
last
like
zone
it
is going to be a
because
bit tough. There's not very
PC
much
पे खेलने के बाद मोबाइल वाला
natural
experience
cover
was
as far as
not
building and stuff built into it here.
मतलब वो होता है ना. If मैंने PC पे नहीं खेला होता
At
तो
some
फिर
point,
शायद से मुझे ठीक लगा
S8UL,
होता.
as well as Bastions, they're going to have to move. And we do see Bear Claw Gaming still waiting for it. However, here's where things could get interesting over on that right side, because they also have another party being brought in, which is RRQ brought to the mix. And they're the third party to the third party, so I guess technically the fourth party?
लो
But it is
एक
A
नीचे
very
एक
aggressive
ऊपर.
comp they're playing as well. With the Seer Catalyst Wraith. And
हाँ
now
ना
they're
ये
going to
लोग
look to
का
try and
अलग
make
ही
some noise as
fix है.
S8UL will officially take BCG
अरे यार,
out.
अकेले है वो.
PXX also gone. Problem though.
How is he gonna
Legacy has been
escape?
knocked.
भाग गया गाड़ी लेके.
S8UL
भागो.
technically a player short.
Enemy in my space.
RRQ find themselves in yet another late game scenario. Same can be said for Wolves. You
डर
also saw
गया.
Wolves
अरे
had that
डर गया
Kraber in
क्या
hand
होता
as
है
well.
अकेले बैठ के वहाँ पिटाई खाएगा वो. Obviously,
Benino, they've got
he's gonna
themselves, I think it's
escape.
like 4 or 5 KP
He's
so far. They're
alone.
looking pretty good. If you can turn up in this top 8 portion of the map, you can still put
Beacon
yourself
होगा
in
क्या?
that top 7, 8 sort of scenario. Get some decent points moving
Or is
forward.
it gonna be one man army? फिर तो बहुत easy है.
Wolves had a big game number 5, looking to capitalize and follow it up with a back-to-back.
गई ऐसे 12.
As S8UL does go out,
Yee,
saying last one
अकेले
left,
बचा था
last
यार
one
वो.
left alive. Here for inside the ring.
#7.
Trying to play behind the knockdowns. But I just don't think they're going to have the ability to, as RRQ pushes right up the rope. And it's now a 4v4. Wolves and RRQ in an isolated fight here in a 3v3. And we had mentioned the positioning of Team Orchid earlier. They're still isolated on the northern side. Depending on how long this fight takes,
अबे
Team Orchid could very well get
हाँ,
an easy
वाला कहाँ उड़
3v3.
रहा है हवा में?
RRQ has already dropped one. Pricey and Metro have both split.
वो बैटरी है शील्ड चार्ज करने के लिए.
So RRQ is a duo.
शील्ड बैटरी
Wolves a
होता है,
trio.
शील्ड वो छोटे वाले
Team
सेल्स
Orchid,
होते हैं. सेल
A
से
trio as
शील्ड
well.
का
Right
एक
now,
चार्ज
it's Wolves' responsibility to try and
दो
find
चार्ज
the
होते हैं और
remaining
बैट से
two
पूरी शील्ड
isolated
चार्ज हो
players from
जाती है.
RRQ. And at
जो ये लोग पे
minimum guarantee
पर्पल और ब्लू
themselves
है
a
ना
second. They'll
उनका
be able to do
शील्ड
that.
होता है.
And now it all comes down to this.
Tango spotted. Danger close.
A final 3v3 for all the marbles. Team Orchid finished first on our last match point day, and a win in Game 6 would at least bring back what's been a struggle of a day, but Wolves, they have the high ground. They've got the advantage, and the Krabby Patty in hand, no scope hit. Hold on a second though, Aflo able to find a knock.
Golden
Gwen
is the
It's up
highest.
to the high ground as well. Well,
Golden,
when
then
not,
red,
it is a 1v1,
then purple,
and it's Team
then
Orchid.
blue, then
Somehow,
grey.
Anakin pushes into the high ground and takes down Obi-Wan. And Team Orchid, after a very quiet day, at least they're able to push themselves
अपना
into the
तो
top
okay
10
okay दिन
off
था.
the back of a big win
Average.
in game number 6. Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Big win for this squad here who had been relatively quiet. Team Orchid were one of our 10 teams
Recently,
going into the day,
yeah.
though.
मतलब
Do only
overall
have
में
2
I
match
think
days. So where they're sitting on the
ठीक
overall
रहेगा.
leaderboard,
पता नहीं. मतलब
little
बाकी टीम
deceptive,
कहाँ है उस पे.
but still to be able to go from, I think they were at
Sharwin,
bottom
welcome
5
to
going into this
Cookies.
last game,
Thank you.
to at least being able to secure yourself a 10th spot is pretty darn strong. Big 7-point
आप
game for
EWC
them.
जाओगे.
And I feel like this is a
भाई,
team
देखते हैं भाई.
that we've known has potential. They showed it last week and kind of continuing to build upon it here today. 19 points for them with the win. Wolves with 17
आज
points.
में जियो
RRQ,
guys.
17 points. Another big game
जो
for them.
आने वाला है
Benino with
और
10
जो चला
inside the
गया
ring,
उसका सोच
Rounding
के
out the
क्या
top
करें.
5 with 6. So also having a big game for them with 9 KP with a big 12 points for them.
Top 20 will qualify for regional final.
There is
30 में से.
technically no more
Nice.
legend bands or anything, but I guess we can take a quick look as far as how that would have worked out.
Thala.
After game
Hala.
number 6. No, let's take a look at kills first. Let's do that. That actually sounds like a better idea. We were wondering if Pricey was going to be able to get the 20 piece
Jesco
nugget.
4th
Finishes with
top 5 in
23.
kills में.
I have to look in the back. Is that our highest
Damn.
kill day for anyone through a match day thus far here in APAC South? I think it might be. We'll have to look into that. Metro, though, with 18 really goes to show the fragging potential of RRQ. Low, Jesco, and KZU rounding out the top 5. Let's go ahead and take a look as far as our top 5 in damage here as well.
Jesco consistent every day.
Metro and
Damn.
Pricey, the top 2. Can't say that we're surprised there. They've been in the
8,500
top all day
damage.
long. Metro officially eclipsing
Not
that
very
10K
far off भाई.
mark as well. Pricey getting
ये क्या नाम है? ये player का नाम है?
Jesco and
O.O. O.O.
round out the top
O.O.
5 as far as
उसका नाम कैसे बोलेंगे?
those
Oh.
are our big dogs as far as
Crazy,
for
crazy.
today. What kind of pick rate did we see in that last game? If we would have played into a map number 7, Alter still would have been available. It would have been the Bangalore taken off the board. So again, interesting to see throughout the course of the day. Alter, I think it was 17 picks in map number 1. I think we saw them get as low as 7 map picks. I think that was in map 4. or 5.
Nickna, welcome to
Then at least
Pookies.
having half the
Thank
lobby there on final
you.
one. So, still though, when we talk about overall bans throughout the course of the day, they were pretty typical, leading kind of throughout the course of the 6 matches. So, let's go ahead and take a look at our overall leaderboard. We mentioned RRQ felt
ये आज का overall है, है ना?
especially with another double-digit point game.
हाँ आज का ही
80
होगा.
points for them.
37,
I mean,
51
there's really
kills.
not much to say about this RRQ squad other than
Overall
we're
hashtag
waiting for
2.
you to show
That's
up, big
not
dogs,
bad
and,
भाई.
we'll have to see if this
मतलब
happens
ये
to
बस
be
RRQ के
more
points
sense
बहुत
of
ज़्यादा है.
consistency, or if this
वो
really
उनके
is the high
51
point. But
kills.
SAUL, another big day for them, finishing in second with 62
ज़्यादा ही
points.
मार दिया RRQ वालों ने.
Finishing in third, Ubi Selimbu, who again just continue to be consistently consistent. They'll be in fourth, and Wolves Esports rounding out the top 5. I think when you look at the leaderboard, a lot of your
We get
usual
21
suspects
points
within
here.
the top 10.
क्या मतलब?
Kind of surprised to see BCG, honestly though, down in that 19th spot, as well as DCG down in 14. But yeah, that pretty well wraps things up as far as for match day number 5 over here in APAC South. Done and dusted. Here's our overall standings thus far. SAUL will be in that number 1 spot with 67 points. You will see
ये कैसे हुआ?
the MSP is how many match days have been played, so there are quite a few teams that still have 3
Points
days
are
left.
given
There
as
are
per
four
standing.
teams,
ओ मेरे को नहीं पता इतना.
such as ARAM.
भैया
Other
hashtag
teams
1
like
किससे?
Go.
RRQ
Other
इतना
teams like
नीचे
RRQ
किससे?
make sure that they set
25 for
relatively
first
good
and
line
21
because
points.
those
Oh,
teams that
ऐसे
are in the
होता है
back
क्या?
end of the bracket,
Damn, W.
boy, DCV,
Consistency, guys.
Red Dead,
Consistency
TSTG, Global
matters.
Gaming, teams that far, they have an extra game
Consistency.
still left to kind of make up that difference. Remember, we're talking
W,
about
W,
top
W,
9 teams
W.
when it
Now
comes
I get
to,
it how it works.
when
That's
it comes
nice.
for EWC. So while Gen G technically just outside of that, they're also one of those teams that has only 3 match days. So surely we'll be back up
OP,
in
OP
that,
फिर तो OP,
landing
OP.
contending position when it does come to next week.
भाई अब
That's
सीधा
our-
एक
that's our
महीने
30
बाद है
as they sit
लेकिन.
for now. Again, a lot of our usual suspects, and we'll keep an eye on some of those teams in that like 8 through 14 range here down the course of the next couple of days. But there
Live,
it is.
live, live.
5
Regular
match days,
season.
done and dusted of the 9 of regular season action. At the conclusion
Round
of
2.
next week, we will have where everybody has done 2 runs through their the round robin play.
अब
So,
round 3A ना.
yeah, man, I appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out with us and tuning in. Big
Round
shout out for Stony
3,
for
May
trusting me to
23rd.
come on to this solo dolo.
Okay,
I wanna
May
make sure I give a big
23rd.
shout out to everybody
What?
working in the background, though.
हाँ
We've
ये
got
रहा.
a big group,
May
we've got a number of
23rd.
servers,
Okay.
got, our
ये
admins
तो मुझे
working in the
रिमाइंडर
background,
लगाना पड़ेगा.
our
फिर
producer. It really does take
May
a village to
23rd
put
के
this
बाद
thing
A
together. A lot
versus
of people
CB है.
volunteering their time to put
May
this on. So
23rd and
really, if you come
24th.
around the server, do me a
ठीक है
favor,
guys, May
make sure you give a
23rd, May
big ol' virtual
24th को
high
वॉच
five
पार्टी
to me as
करेंगे
well,
फिर
alright?
हम.
Make sure you guys are keeping
अभी
locked in
नेक्स्ट तो
on
B
social
versus
media,
C
as
है
well as
May
you guys jumping into
2nd
the
को.
Discord and getting active
B
as
versus
we
C में
continue
ऐसे
to
12
build
नहीं है.
up
मैं
something
शेड्यूल ग्रुप
great
A है ना.
over here
ठीक
in
है.
APAC South at Battlegrounds HQ. My name is Q. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for today. We'll be back next week with full.
चलो बढ़िया. बताओ गाइज अब क्या किया जाए. एक काम करती हूँ. आई विल लेट यू गाइज डिसाइड. Hate this game? Then why do you play it every day? Competitive queue is ending when? When? When is it ending? अरे पोल डाला है अश्वत्थामा. 12:37 हो रहे हैं. 12:40 पे जो रिजल्ट होगा वो खेला जाएगा. वैलो तो मैंने स्टोर वोर देखने के लिए किया था. ओके. परल्यूड टू केओस फैंटम. नाइस. इसकी भी वैंडल अच्छी है वैसे. या इट इज नाइस, इट इज नाइस, इट इज नाइस. भाई मैंने कब से नहीं खेला इस पे. लास्ट कब खेला था? 21st. 4 दिन हो गए. गाइस तुम लोग वोट करो. मैं आई. कॉम्पिटिटिव एंडिंग ना मुझे भी रुको देखना है. सून मतलब कब होता है? अरे ये थोड़ी यहाँ पे आता है ना शायद. नहीं यहाँ पे भी नहीं है. ओ एंड्स इन 4 days. अप्रैल 30th तक है. आज 25 है. चार दिन थोड़ी हुए फिर. आज 25 है तो that's literally 6 days. I'm confused. I'm confused. Anyway, यार ये नए में मुझे कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता पाजी. क्या है ये? कहाँ लिखा होता है? एंड इन 4 days ही तो है. वो तो सेम ही आएगा. ओ मेरा कंप्लीटेड है. डब्ल्यू डब्ल्यू मेरे को कार्ड लगाना था ना. लगाना भूल गई. नहीं है नहीं. मोटा कौन सा कार्ड लगाना था मुझे? ओ ये वाला साइड किक्स, BRB। ब्रो वालो कैसे जिता दिया? तुम लोग तो कह रहे थे वालो नहीं खेलो, मत खेलो। ओ भाई क्रेजी। फ्रैगमेंटा कल खेलूंगी, कल मैक के साथ वालो प्लस कैरी द क्लास का प्लान नहीं हुआ तो कल फ्रैगमेंटा शुरू। ओके ओके यार वॉच पार्टी के बाद मेरे से खेलने ही नहीं होता है। ओ माय गॉड मुझे सही में नहीं दिख रहा। Kalau खेलने यास तुषार आयुष आ रहे हो कि सोलो खेलूं आज? Why bro why why एक गेम खेल के देखो क्या भाई। Oh my god मेरे मेन पे तो कोई होगा भी नहीं ना खेलना। चलो गाइस सोलो गेम यार मैं सोच रही थी फिर से रेजो बदल दूं। टूटी 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 इससे नहीं खेलना मुझे, ऐसे खेलते छोड़ो। ट्रू स्ट्रेच कैसे होता है? उसका क्या मतलब पीसी का ही पूरा रेजो बदलता है क्या उससे? उसमें ऑल टैब वाली दिक्कत नहीं होती है? क्या बात कर रहे हो? मुझे बताना। नो स्किन खेलो। मेन आईडी पे कौन नो स्किन खेलता है? यार फिर वो सब कुछ गंदा गंदा दिखता है, पूरा पीसी का बदलेगा तो। नो 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 नो। चलो टाइटल तो कर ही दिया। ट्रू स्ट्रेच पे खेलते हो तुम? द फक। What thumbnail should I use? I will use. I will use. What thumbnail? What thumbnail? Oh no 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 no. Oh, ये वाला यूज कर। This is so cool. What is so cool? क्रॉसर शेयर करो, क्रॉसर शेयर करूं।
Match found.
नियॉन इंस्टा लॉकर ड्यूड। यार मैं सोलो में क्या खेलूं गाइस? हट। सोवा सोलो में खेलना। मुझे मेरा रैंक वाला वो भी करना था। नो 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 नो। जेट, हाँ सोलो में जेट। राइट ब्रो, राइट। We don't do that here. Dun, 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 dun. रैंक वाला, हाँ उसका वापस बनाना था, भूल जाती हूँ।
Wherever they run, I will find them.
बराबर दे रान, I will find them। पुराना वाला नहीं है, ऑल्ट का है, मेन का मैंने हटा दिया था। पैसे तो लगाने लायक रैंक पे हूँ नहीं बाजी में,
You hook me up, yeah?
इसलिए हटा दिया था।
You cannot afford me.
No 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 no। This is main, yeah, this is main IT। Why do we have Phoenix on this map?
There. There.
Deploying drone.
ओ भाई चेम्बर हो गया।
Enemy tag.
Too slow.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading.
Sorry, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go! Reloading.
Feels good to stretch my wings.
No, 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 no. Straight to the status quo.
Reload him.
Track them down. Deploying drone.
Flash.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Don't let him take my gun.
Which guy?
गन्स नहीं है लोग पे किसी पे गन्स क्यों नहीं है
I'll outshine all their radius.
Spectre पड़ा है.
I will pound them
ले ये ले फैंटम ले. मैं नहीं खेल रहा. ये ले भाई.
Thank you.
पिक्स पे खेलना है क्या? हाँ पिक्स पे खेल सकते हैं. मतलब फेक करके. I'll just wall and go back A. I'll hold outside A. B fake करके आ वापस.
Me and Chamber will push up.
Caution here.
B fake करो वापस आओ.
Take flight.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. We're good.
Shock dart.
फ्लैश आउट करते लेफ्ट साइड आ जा.
पता था मुझे
Someone's A.
Throw went back.
I win again.
कितना ऑब्वियस है कि एल्बो पुश होगा
Spike down.
But
Why are they
नहीं
holding A bro? I don't understand. पीछे पीछे वॉल पे.
Last player standing.
इसके लिए मुझे सोलो में सोवा खेलना नहीं पसंद
Astra was.
Terminus.
One HP.
I'm too far.
1 HP.
मैं फुट सुन रहा था तो उन्होंने चला दिया 1 सेकंड में.
They're envy.
अरे इसका समझ में नहीं आया मेरे को ये क्या कर रहा है ए पे बैठा हुआ एस्ट्रा.
बैठेगा ही
आवाज करे बी
ना
पे पर. आ जाओ साथ में
मैं
घुसेंगे.
वॉल के गया just didn't check me bro. I had a good time. Had B.
अरे सुन नियॉन तुम चेंबर के साथ मिड से आ सकता क्या? स्पाइक दे मुझे चेंबर.
Gotta go.
फीनिक्स अपना फ्लैश यूज करके इधर से आ जाएगा.
मैं पिक लूंगा.
स्टन मार के सीधा घुस जाओ.
Take flight.
देखिए ने कॉर्नर पे अटका हो.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
Corner dead.
बैक.
Scanning ahead.
Both
Flight planted.
Chill. I'm not peeking bro.
क्रॉस तो देखो
Shock dart.
दोनों ओके.
अरे यार my bad.
Wall going down.
Throw का angle.
क्रॉस भी छोड़ दे
One enemy remaining.
मन तो नहीं है मेरा
मेरे को लगा both drop down and was yellow. ये होल्ड कर रहा था बंदा अभी भी ब्रिज पे था क्या?
B करे.
Yeah.
Hi Vinay, what's up?
Deploying
I'm
drone.
out of here.
अरे चेम्बर तो पीक लेते ही मर जाता है.
Go, go, go.
Flashing
Shortcut.
Revealing area.
खाली है.
Shock dart.
Wall down 2 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
Why are they so determined to die?
Why are they so determined to die? Why? Why are you determined to die? Don't.
Fake करना है. Mostly they should buy the fake this time.
I'll be fake. I'll be fake.
ठीक है. Wall भी डाल रहा. कोई इधर बैठ जाओ भाई बस.
They are making this simple.
Why
अगर
don't we watch
अभी
elbow for like 5
Caution
seconds
here.
once a while?
You want to play? Let's play.
Gotta go.
जा.
Someone's A.
Work good.
रेना.
Moon spot क्या? अरे
रेना और प्लस.
A पे spot नहीं होना था.
A पे spot.
अरे भाई.
Enemy mid.
Oh fuck.
Revealing area.
लगा ही था मुझे.
Someone's A. Teleport's ready.
ठंडी भाई मेरे को क्या है गाइस. एसी बंद करते गर्मी लग रही है. एसी
पता नहीं. सोवा और रेना इधर ही है पे.
$30 seconds left.
बच्चा रैंक 7-3.
सोवा में भी मिड.
Someone's A.
वॉल.
यार ये लोग ना थोड़ा गंदा कर रहे हैं. सेव ही कर लो भाई यार.
10 seconds left.
अगर फेक कर रहा है तो चेम्बर मिड ऑफ क्यों कर रहा है? चेम्बर को उसके फिनिक्स के साथ जाना था.
They found my trap. This is crazy.
Lol.
It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that?
भाई ये बंदा ब्लाइंड पुश कर रहा था. I was just sitting in a corner AP.
You had to wait here, bro.
Yeah, I was. And this
इधर बैठता तो उस पे कैसा स्पॉट होता ब्रो.
my bad.
Deep breath.
आओ ना मिट्टू है.
Right here. Scanning
कोई
ahead.
नहीं आया मेरे साथ.
Nowhere to run.
क्या बंदे हैं.
Take flight.
अब नहीं जा सकते भाई वाइपर हम.
There's one guy close. Neon. Close left.
मिट्टू ये बोला भी.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
I think when we started playing slow, we started losing this.
My ult is ready.
मैं लो भाई.
एक और हो सकता है मेरे पे.
होगा.
I'm gonna wait for recon.
Last player standing.
Scanning ahead.
हाँ.
निकलना है क्या?
Stay taut as a bowstring.
वो कॉल दिया था
Fight the
रेसोवा
Manzik.
मिट्टू का.
Reloading.
या लास्ट सेकंड में दिया बट
Just push. We lost all 3 rounds because we played slow, bro. It's fine.
Come B.
अरे मिड टू कर लो
बोलो भाई किधर जाना
छोड़ो छोड़ो
आ जाओ विंडो से टीच करो बंदे
So tough man, so tough to play this game solo.
Deploying drone.
As a Sova, they can't even listen to my calls.
Here we go.
Revealing area.
They're dead.
Chamber का है?
My ultimate's ready.
One enemy remaining. A.
क्या बात है?
अल्टो वेस्ट हो गया मेरा भाई
My bad. I'll
Need a
buy
drop.
one. Well, Astra's hiding in her smoke here.
Why not go today?
He
नहीं है कोई.
विंडोज आके
Why जैसा क्या
might do it. Just
question?
check it next time, okay? If he wonders anything, he might be sitting in it.
See, I have no one to play with. मैं क्या करूँ?
you guys wait for super drone okay no peek I'm gonna flash for you
On my mark. Take flight.
Go, go, go.
Lol.
Go, go, go.
follow
Shotgun.
नहीं बैठा अब नहीं बैठा
Scanning
Back
ahead.
side होगा
I'm out of here.
अरे further back side
Shot down.
Get wrecked.
Spike planted.
One less.
wait wall
dead he's dead
one more wall spawn and wall Suba got your back
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Easy, बच गया.
Never give up.
Pop. बच गई.
Impressionnant.
Why would he sit? मुझे लगा वो उठ गया होगा और मुझे होल्ड कर रहा होगा. But no, he's just cheating. फ्री फायर में ही मर जाता है वो नूब है क्योंकि तुषार गंदा है सामने वाला चेंबर वो फालतू के पिक्स दे रहा है बी पे.
Gotta go.
हाय शुपिशु.
Gotta go.
एक तो ये लोग एल्बो नहीं देखते आधे टाइम मेरे लिए.
Deploying drone.
क्या ही करने
एल्बो
का.
मुश्किल पक्का एल्बो पुश आएगा
यप आना तो चाहिए.
Go, go, go.
जेट में सोवा एंड जेट में इधर प्रेशर बनाओ बेटा
one more same angle
Taken out.
सोवा बिहाइंड यू
ये सारा
Scanning ahead.
मिड पे एक बंदा था
इधर ही बैठा है
मिड पे शरीफ बंदा on the left
One enemy remaining.
okay he's B deep B
पता है.
वेयर कौन आएगा या
he,
फिर मैं
he was like here last time
मेरे
on
साथ
my body,
खेल
yeah.
ले भाई
No,
साहब.
we'll go for mid
planted for name
Spike planted.
does he have Astra shots
he put 2 at B
mid one so smokes in 30 seconds
on Sova
It is done.
What is up मैं बहुत टाइम से बाहर आई. All good yeah you tell
I'm
me.
out of here.
All is well. They
just
have
push me guys just
Astra.
push me it's working just push.
go
Why is Viper not planting? मैं main खेल
Hold कर
सकती
लेगा
हूँ.
और अभी elbow hold कर दे अब you can hold elbow for like 10 seconds then go window
मैं main से खेल सकती हूँ.
Take flight.
स्मोक में आएगा ये कोई
Squirt gun.
Destroyed. Away. Put down. Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. Last round before the switch.
Spend your cash. Don't look back.
अरे ऐसे कुछ नहीं होता है, रिश्तेदार गए भाड़े में भाई.
Just do the same. Just do the same. They can't hold B. So आप post plant ult भी है.
Yup, I'm gonna stay main man.
ओ भाई अब सब ये किल बाहर से कर दो, 15 मत किसी को.
Yes bro,
Close shot.
दिमाग है भाई इनमें.
Deploying drone.
बैकर जा रहा हूं.
You cannot escape.
Spike down B.
Viper has timing. Crazy timing.
Revealing area.
Mid. पहले mid.
One
नहीं
enemy
यार,
remaining.
pillar. Nice trade.
It's a shame you have to die, but you are not part of my
नहीं सामने वाले गंदे हैं, बट इनमें थोड़ा बेसिक दिमाग है. I'm surprised. इनमें है दिमाग थोड़ा बेसिक. ब्रो लेट्स सी, पिस्टल चाहिए फिर तो खत्म है. कमबैक का स्कोप ही ना बचे उनका.
Viper you can play mid top और tunnel.
हाँ?
अच्छा सोवा खेल ले सोवा.
मैं ऑर्ब डालने आया. This and this.
Trap land rotate then.
I'm gonna flash and kill.
भाई मैंने एक लाइनअप देखा था, भूल गई.
Caution here.
One more.
Spike down A.
Don't rotate. Only one guy was.
I killed one guy mid door, but there might be one more.
Pretty sure Reina and Astra is playing. Not sure about the chat.
जिगल करके पीछे भाग सकता क्या?
I'd say.
Right and left. कितना
78 did.
Last
नहीं
player standing.
यार, इन्फो क्यों चाहिए भाई जब पूछ दे हम लोग. गंदे लोग, 3 खेल के भी.
खत्म हो गया था क्या?
Bro, the moment I do
hate
this
making
three,
new friends.
they all just speaked out.
Guys, heavy भी खेलोगे?
इनको नहीं लेना था जिगल. 4v3 एंड लाइक हमको पूरा मिड था कंट्रोल.
Okay.
गलत कॉल दिया जिसने भी दिया. यार मैंने एक शॉट डार्ट देखा था, मुझे याद नहीं है बट
Next one by आ रहा है क्या तेरा Phoenix?
कौन सा वॉल था.
Shock dart.
फुल चार्ज था.
Mid.
What the fuck? Out, guys. He's
क्या
gonna
कार है ये मुझे. फीनिक्स बॉट बॉडी ब्लॉक कर दिया.
Jet heaven में आया.
Oh,
यार इसने मुझे बॉडी ब्लॉक कर दिया.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
लॉल.
ये सारे के सारे इधर ही है क्या?
3 on your left. 3 on your left. Anti.
If any of you die, I lose a bet with brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
एक जना मेरे साथ खेल लो, मैं उसके लिए ड्रोन तोड़ दूंगा.
यार वो कौन सा मार्क था, मैंने देखा तो था.
I will recon मत दे.
I'll hold mid doors. Okay.
एक राउंड अर्ली रिकॉन
के
में
लिए
दिया
recon
idiot.
देना. I will just kill. I'll stand on your recon.
चेम्बर यहाँ नहीं है. ओके.
Mid आया.
Right here.
Mid.
Take flight. Enemy mark.
Trap तोड़ा मेरा.
दूर से तोड़ा.
ये नहीं बना.
Wall down.
Scanning ahead.
Hey, he just dodged it. One's there.
It's gonna be A, bro. We
Spike
have
down
spike
A.
from
ऐसे
A.
ही आ रहा है यहाँ पर. Mid careful though.
Spike is A.
87 Sova outlaw mid.
Gun
left, on the
here.
left.
Spikes here.
पहले जगह कर.
Wait, I have a flash.
Spikes here.
ये लोग को क्यों जाना है?
तो तू उधर से मर जाएगा. लेफ्ट से.
क्योंकि ये लोग डम है ना, जा रहे हैं.
One enemy remaining. 30
भाई so
seconds left.
dumb.
पता नहीं.
Spikes here.
बैठ जाओ भाई.
Right here.
वहाँ चले जा चेम्बर ही.
Not.
भाई फिनिक्स पागल है क्या?
तो वो फ्लैश कैसे नहीं हुआ?
चेक करने जा रहे आउटलायर. हाँ.
They demand
He
the
edged
spike.
you.
कितना मार किया मैंने. स्पाइक्स हियर.
बी है तो वो देखेंगे चेंबर की तरह खेल रहा है. अभी रश करते हैं.
I need a drop.
बाय राउंड में बकी क्यों चाहिए इसको?
स्टार आएगा.
Mid doors.
स्टार आएगा. मे भी तेरे पे मल्टीपल है.
Deploying drone.
No, they went like near
Enemy
tunnel.
mark.
फाइट करोगे.
Careful now. I have them.
No in one.
One more near me.
Spike
स्पाइक
down
होल्ड कर
A.
देगा साथ में. और ओके होगा.
Two outside
Gone.
mid. Yeah, both outside mid.
आउटसाइड बी. बट ये लोग तो ए पे है.
ए वन टैप मार के चला गया.
Wait.
One enemy remaining.
मैं मैप देख रही
भाई
थी.
तू कितना अटैक दिया? 80. मैं 40 दिया. 1 HP है वो.
भाई मैं सोवा को मैप देखते हुए मारा. मैं मैप देख रही थी लिटरली.
Serious? You got it.
और वो जेट ब्रेंडेड से यहाँ चढ़ रहा है. पता है कितना आवाज करके चढ़ा वो. लाइक मेरे को साफ सुनाई दे रहा था. ये लोग उल्टा खेल रहे. चेम्बर को बी खेलना चाहिए.
ड्रोन तोड़ेगा. तो अगर सोवा मिड से ड्रोन करता.
I can't bro. I'm not doing that bro. अच्छा इसको आगे जाना है क्या? ओके आई कैन ट्राई.
Enemy spotted A.
कितना है?
You are divided.
The Astra Ultra and they're like
I think
here
पीछे
only.
गए रे. पीछे गए.
Dropped. My ult's ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Alt करके main
We
पे
all
बैठ.
did our part.
Yeah.
Match point.
This is
भाई कुछ तो.
मैं और सोवा just sitting back. We're literally doing nothing.
Hi Swordix, what's up? यार वो लाइनअप नहीं याद मुझे.
Shock dart.
Is that from stand?
Fall down.
Revealing area.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
क्या कर रहे हैं वो लोग? अंदर ही नहीं आ रहे, वियर्ड है।
40.
Defenders
भाई
win.
वो लोग सच में बड़े लॉस्ट थे यार, अंदर ही नहीं आ रहे, बैठे हैं मेन पे, अंडे दे रहे हैं मेन पे बैठ के, कुछ ज्यादा ही अंडे थे। ठंडी लग रही है, ठंडी 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 ठंडी। अबे उनका चेम्बर इमॉर्टल 2 था गाइस, वो इतना गंदा था, हर राउंड उसने बी पे फर्स्ट पिक दिया ऑलमोस्ट। ब्रो हाउ कैन ही बी इमॉर्टल 2? चेम्बर भैया आपको कौन बूस्ट कर रहा है, उसको बोलो मेरे साथ खेले। ए सोवा डिफ, सोवा को 4-0 मारा मैंने, जेट को 5-0 मारा। अरे नहीं, गर्मी है, वो मेरे को एसी चला के ठंडी लग रही है, गर्मी है वरना तो। हाँ? भाई दोनों डॉगी क्यों डाल रहे हो? अबे सैटरडे, जॉन को पूछती हूँ कहाँ है। टोगो को बुला रहे, चुप रहो। When you're close to me, when you're close to me. कल मेंबर्स गेम्स, कल कल नहीं पता। हम्म,
Match found.
फ्लो खेलूं, फ्लो, फ्लो में खेलती हूँ। आकाश, ओ मेरा स्पॉटिफाई क्यों नहीं चल रहा? What happened? What happened? ये पीसी पे स्पॉटिफाई नहीं, लॉन्च ही नहीं हो रहा। When you're close to me, when you're close to me, dun 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 dun. क्या ही पता। अरे क्या है, ये लोग फिनिक्स के लॉक होने के बाद रेना क्यों ले रहे हैं? अरे यार पर्ल पे सोवा, आई डोंट लाइक सोवा ऑन पर्ल। पर्ल पे कौन सोवा खेलता है? गंदा, गंदी टीम आई है। चलो सामने वाले जीत गए फिर तो अब। भाई उनका सही कॉम पे एकदम। When you're close to me. Bro, this is the best duo song.
Not when annihilation is at stake.
मतलब song for duo reels.
On my mark. I'm watching here.
My apologies.
What does Indian man say when they find an idea? मुझे नहीं पता भाई ये सब।
Drop in a scoop. No peeking.
ऐसे कौन आता है? मेन से मारा।
Found them.
Fall back.
One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Trap this.
भाई मेरे को ईमेल से मार दिया, क्या है रहना ये? छी। उनका रहना तो बॉट है बट मेरा रहना भी बॉट है ना। मेरे को मैंने आर्ट्स वाले दोनों मार दिए, मेरे को एमिन से आके मारा है।
बता दो।
30 seconds left.
जेट को तो मारा, मेरी घोष चली गई ना, ये लोग देते भी नहीं और राउंड भी हार जाएंगे देखोगे।
Spike planted.
जस्ट वॉच देम लूज गाइस। स्मोक में जाएगा वो। हेमलो एंटीडोट,
Dug out, get.
थैंक यू फॉर द 100।
Dug out. I'll stick it, wait. Check.
They didn't actually think that would work.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
अब देखो घोष नहीं देंगे।
Tick.
Eyes up. What's up? Let's
No.
spread out.
can we reveal here?
Revealing area.
Carry me, bro.
Drop in a smoke.
HP
No peeking.
Down. Yes.
Right here.
They found my trap.
Middle.
Watching here.
hold him in, please. Bro.
Da. You're out.
Short.
Nat 20.
Both should be mid. उसने आर्ट से किल किया था. Let's walk in.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Sorry, Jet.
गन थी क्या सोवा पे?
I must say how nice it is to work with you. It is
What a prediction! What happened? What happened? अच्छा इशू को कह रहे हो? हाँ मैंने उधर फेक साउंड दिया था ऐसा, तो उसको लगा होगा मैं पीछे जा रही हूँ। वो लोग स्लो क्यों खेल रहे हैं? उन पे तो फेड है।
scanning ahead.
No peeking.
Careful now.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted. Target down. Shot down. Watch your eyes.
Feeling fast. Reload.
Shot down.
मुझे मार रहे क्या?
बहुत
चॉकलेट किसको मार रहे? मुझे मार रहे क्या? सोवा आर्मर खराब करते। ये इतना गंदा एंगल लिया था इसने। पिलर।
Don't worry. Your life won't go to waste. My ult ready.
मुझे ही आर्मर मार रहा है। नहीं मुझे ही चॉकलेट मार रहा है। आर्मर मार रहा है क्यों बोल रही हूँ गाइस? पागल फ्लो, बेवकूफ।
काम करने इस बार क्लोजर।
Go peek, Phoenix. Phoenix, go peek.
Right here.
No peeking.
Scanning ahead.
Drop in a smoke.
Mid to B लग रहा है, mid to B.
Critical hit.
Watching.
Have a kit.
Score होगा. I think they're walking link.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Flash.
Nice, my bad.
Someone.
My ult is ready. Don't get back up, sweetheart.
Spikes here. That was good. Yes. No.
Okay,
मेरा रहना भी आयुष।
Yes.
फर्स्ट राउंड ही बेट किया इसने मुझे, इडियट ने। इतना अच्छा मारा मैंने।
Right here.
Drop in a
Revealing
smoke.
area.
No peeking. One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Watching here. Hey.
mid.
Long.
Yes.
We are just too good.
Reloading. Okay. Which gun to pick this time?
Who needs a buy?
No.
कोई मरा नहीं था ना?
I'm saving.
Yes.
Reloading.
Gun here. Saving.
Da.
क्या हो रहा है? I love Recon Phantom, same bro. It is the best Phantom skin in the game.
Come into the unknown.
Revealing area.
पानी पी लिया। पानी से नहीं होता कभी गला सही। It's never the पानी that helps.
Drop in a smoke. Careful here.
रहना लर्ट हो गया था।
There they are.
Refreshing.
बहुत बढ़िया।
Jet दिखा क्या वहाँ? You can push mid. Jet up. They're going in. ये जाओ, just start it.
Actually, I was marking their Phoenix. मुझे पता नहीं था ये क्या है।
पीछे bro.
पता है जेट को तो मारूंगी ना।
They're probably gonna
Spike planted.
secret and toss.
मेरा अल्ट है यार, इसको मेरे साथ आना चाहिए था।
No peeking. No peeking. Here, cat.
One enemy remaining.
Fancy vacuum deactivated.
क्या कर रहे वो लोग? क्या कर रहे वो लोग?
Kip after this. I've earned it.
क्या कर रहे हैं वो लोग?
My ultimate's ready.
Yes.
Going in.
Need a drop.
Thanks. Scanning ahead.
Aim and walking, I guess. Nah.
Deploying drone. Shit is ducking me again.
Yeah, bro, I can't heal lurk. Why are you like pushing so forward? They're not in.
Right here.
Spike planted.
तेरे पे आ रहे हैं वो
और करो भाई तुम लोग पुश। इडियट टीम है मेरी। क्या इडियट टीम है यार।
Last player standing.
मेरा अल्ट वेस्ट हो गया, मुझे पता था वो लोग फेक कर रहे हैं। ए भी छोड़ दिया इन इडियट्स ने।
ओवर पुश मत करो रे.
मैं ना चेंबर को चू ले। Why is Jake lurking? Bro, why can't he lurk? They are losing. They will do anything to win rounds. Stupid.
The enemy only looks composed.
अल्ट नहीं करते, मैं तो करूंगी। ये लोग डुबाएंगे, मैं तो करूंगी अल्ट। ये लोग का गलती, अल्ट तो वापस आ जाएगा। क्या अल्ट का बात ही नहीं है। लोग डम जैसे डम है ना, इनको लग रहा है कि बस हम 6-0 जीत रहे हैं, बस जीत गए। फिर इनको किल की भूख जगती है।
Let me show you how the boss does it.
You want to play? Let's play.
Okay, does he want a smoke or does he don't want? Okay, you want?
Drop
Okay,
in
I
a
take-
smoke. No peeking. Face your fear.
मैं तो dead हूँ। Good for one.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Watch your eyes!
आयुष, मैं टीम का देख के कभी अल्ट करती नहीं हूँ, मैं खुद के लिए करती हूँ।
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry.
सोलो हूँ ना मैं वैसे भी।
Could I have a drop?
ये लॉबी में मैं अलग खेलती हूँ, ये लोग क्योंकि ब्रेंडेड है।
Thank you.
मतलब होता है ना, कई बार लोग विफ कर देते हैं, कई बार कवर, मतलब मैं जैसे वो उधर घुस जाती, बस वो था। क्योंकि फुकट का राउंड डुबाया है लोग ने, मैंने इसके लिए अल्ट कर दिया कि शायद मैं बचा पाऊँ।
Spike down A.
Drop in a smoke.
Maybe they're rushing on, please.
Yeah, rush.
The hunt begins.
Spike down A. There.
Revealing.
Spike planted. One enemy
Did
remaining.
he TP? I don't know. Oh, he did not. He's stuck. He's stuck. He's stuck. He's stuck. What are you doing, Lena? Nice Suba. W Suba. अबे मेरे रेना ने मुझे ड्रॉप दिया बट हाँ रेना ने मुझे ड्रॉप दिया और खुद गार्डियन चला रहा है अरे आयुष सोवाल्ट की वजह से आया वो मैं इसके लिए वो एंगल रखी अच्छा है सोवा ने अल्ट कर दिया मैं बच गई उस वजह से वरना मार देते वो लोग मेरे को क्योंकि वो नाइफ आउट नहीं होता रहना आई एम श्योर उसको अल्ट पड़ा होगा बेचारा
गार्डियन मांगा तेरे पास नो
यार ये लोग बहुत ओवर पिक करते हैं
Drop in a smoke.
Spike down mid.
All three mid. No. Two mid, one B.
1B
Spike is mid.
यार करूं क्या फ्लैंक फिर नहीं मेरे को भरोसा नहीं है
Spike's here.
Number safe.
No peeking.
They found my trap.
he has ult
Farewell.
He's gonna cross. He's gonna cross. He's smoking.
One enemy remaining.
40. Top.
T-bit में top.
30 seconds left.
B आ रही है क्या
Going B, I think. B.
Yeah. Okay. Run.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left. Spike planted.
क्यों जाएगा वो मेरे बिना क्यों जाएगा गाइस वो मेरे बिना
Drop in a smoke.
Clutch.
हाँ
यार ये राउंड कैसे हार सकते ब्रो सीरियसली
obviously he has to wait for me
Kick him in the shed.
I mean what's the point what is the point of him going alone in a 2v1 I don't know सब उसको ही बोल रहे हैं कि क्यों गया मैं डर गई यार एक तो मैं जब भी किसी और एंगल से मरती हूँ मैं डर जाती हूँ बट ये तो फुक्कट का राउंड ही है
I'll find them.
प्लान का आती क्या मैं ट्रैप भी तोड़ती उसको बहुत कुछ था
रिवीलिंग एरिया वन मिनट
No peeking.
मैंने स्पॉन सीरियसली
भाई अपने बंदे जा जाके मत
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
No peeking.
इसको फ्लैश कर रहा है भाई
This spike, okay? Wow, that 56 fade.
गाइस मैप देखो कहाँ जाके मरे हैं लोग
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
wait, don't die.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready.
Behind the pillar.
Why do you want to peek this? I'm
Last
already out
round in the half.
there. Please, थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगा के खेल
I'm
रहा है।
buying. Phoenix sus.
गाइस फिनिक्स क्यों पीक लेगा अभी? गंदे टीममेट्स ही आते हैं मुझे, सामने वाले देखो कितने बेकार हैं। और ये लोग को पुश करना है इधर इधर, कहाँ जाके मर रहे हैं।
You want to
Bot
play?
thing.
Let's play.
Drone mid, so
इन्फो ले ले सोवा।
No peeking.
सोवा भैया कोई बात नहीं, सोवा भैया को इन्फो नहीं लेना है।
Drop in a smoke.
fall back.
Careful here.
मेरे को पीक लेने वाला है, मैं डेड हूँ।
Come on, let's go! Bunch of guys, hey!
Drop in a smoke.
Careful now!
104 failed.
My ult.
How can I cover his
Spike
body?
down A. One enemy remaining.
Guys, how can I cover his body? I just wanna know. How can I cover his body? ये यहाँ से अल्ट क्यों करेगा? Dumb. It was so obvious कि वो
Switching
एक
sides.
आर्ट्स होल्ड कर रहा है।
Yous don't get a reset
There.
button. So stay alive, please.
There.
Spike लेके जा रहा है।
This one's for the fam back home.
Take the spike, bro.
दर्द कर रहा है भाई हमारा सोवा। जी जी।
Reloading. Reload him.
No peeking.
Reloading.
Come here.
One enemy
That one's
remaining.
dead. Here.
करो भाई, क्या बॉट फक्स है। मैं स्मोक ही नहीं दे रही हूँ। लार्क बेट करके टीम को।
लोग चेंबर कर लेगा।
Reloading.
Reload करो।
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned.
At least type.
But sometimes
What
old
do we
ways are best.
इडियट फक इरिटेट कर रहा है अब मेरे को, गुस्सा आ रहा है। गाइस ये लोग ऐसे क्यों खोलते हैं?
कोई टेंशन नहीं।
क्यों खेलते हैं लोग ऐसे? पाइक ले, पकड़ पाइक पकड़ इडियट बड़ा।
What of that winning stuff, aye?
दीजिए भाई। हारने वाले हैं सब वैंडल्स जो बाय किए हैं ना।
Scanning ahead.
Drop in a smoke.
Hey, pushing.
मार लेगा सोवा बॉट। मत जा, मर गया। कितना ऑब्वियस था।
Here.
ले गया वो गन। गन डोनेशन दे दी ना इसने बॉट ने। कितना बॉट हो सकता है गाइस कोई?
No 30 seconds left.
Cover me, no. I'll plant. One backside.
Enemy spotted.
Two backside. Low.
Last player standing.
Flash.
Thrifty. They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
फील करे ब्रो, इट इज स्टूपिड कि ऐसे लोग ये रैंक पे पहुंच जाते हैं बूस्ट होके। उसने सोवा लिया है, वो टीम को यूटिल नहीं दे रहा है, लर्क कर रहा है। मतलब क्या बूस्टेड लोग भरे हैं सर्वर में। इसके लिए मैं बोलती हूँ 5 मैन बैन हो जाने चाहिए। ये लोग सब 5 मैन खेल खेल के बूस्ट होते हैं। अरे बाहर आके बैठा है मेरा सोवा। क्या
Enemy down. Revealing area.
Last player standing.
क्या कर रहा है? मैं क्या जा रहा है?
You man ready for a light show? Hello. Playing there, what the fuck? Fucking 7-1.
Let us hunt.
7-2. Okay, just play now.
जस्ट प्ले ना क्या होता है? मैं भी नहीं करूंगी प्लान, सोवा नहीं करना चाहता। यप
Revealing area.
यही होगा। नाइस ब्रो, इडियट।
Cutting their vision.
Yeah, I can't do shit.
Embarrassing.
Last player standing.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
क्या हुआ सोवा को? कुछ नहीं, वो लर्क कर रहा है, उसके लिए उसको बोल दिया। लर्क कर रहा है और यूटिल नहीं दे रहा टीम को, और थ्रो कर रहा है। बूस्टेड लोग भरे ना, क्या करे अभी।
Let's get your ball.
कैसे बंदे आते हैं? याप ऐसे ही बंदे आते हैं।
I have this back. Throw this gun.
कौन मारा उसको बी पे?
Drop in a smoke.
मुझे तो विन ट्रेडिंग लग रही है भयंकर वाली।